Check 1, 2, mic check. Thank you. IT, are we ready? We are ready. Good evening, everyone. Okay. It is good to be with you all this evening. I'm Ronald McFadden, and I would like to welcome you all to our August 22nd board meeting. Excited to be with you tonight. You have not done so already, and if you are online, please mute your phone. Anyone who does not mute their phone may be muted by the call moderator or removed from the call. Additionally, if you are not a board member or the CEO and her staff, please turn your video off. I'll now read a roll call of the board to identify who is present. Vice Chair Roberts.
Present.
Commissioner Coy.
Present.
Commissioner Iblagi.
Present.
Commissioner Esposito.
Present.
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
Present.
Commissioner Muhammad. Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Sally.
Present. Present.
Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Present.
And I am present. That is 8 present with 2 absent. Is there a motion to reopen the meeting?
So moved, Roberts.
Thank you, Vice Chair Roberts. Is there a second?
Second, Kenyatta Bay.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay. All in favor? Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Coy,
Yes.
Commissioner Iblagi,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay,
Yes.
Commissioner Muhammad, Commissioner Sally,
Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington, and I am also in favor. That motion passes with 8 present and 2 absent. We would like to take the time to recognize the passing of City Schools students and staff. They will be remembered fondly by the greater City Schools community. Tonight, we send our deepest condolences to their families and to their friends. Commissioner Slater Harrington will read the observance for tonight. Commissioner?
Good evening. O'Shane Stevens was a ninth grader at ACE. O'Shane immigrated to the United States from Jamaica just 2 years ago. He was respectful, funny, and loyal to his family. He loved soccer, running, and spending time with his friends. He had a soft, contagious smile. O'Shane will be greatly missed by family, school community, and friends.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the prior open session minutes?
So moved, Roberts.
Thank you, Vice Chair Roberts. Is there a second?
Second, Sally.
Thank you, Commissioner Sally. All in favor? Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Coy?
Yes.
Commissioner Eblagi?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay?
Yes.
Commissioner Mohammed?
Yes.
Commissioner Sally?
Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington? And I'm in favor. That motion passes with 9 present and 1 absent. Is there a motion to approve the closed session summaries?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater Harrington. Is there a second?
Second, Roberts.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. All in favor? Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Coy?
Yes.
Commissioner Eblagi?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay?
Yes.
Commissioner Mohammed?
Yes.
Commissioner Sally?
Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington?
Yes.
Thank you, and I'm also in favor. That motion passes with 9 present in favor and 1 absent. I'd like to welcome you all to the August 22nd board meeting. Again, we are less than 1 week away from the beginning of an amazing and promising school year. Let's give it up with some excitement. We are excited, we are growing, we are achieving, and we're moving to even greater heights this school year. And we're excited about that. And every person in this room, right? We've got to hold each other accountable for the success of our children. And so thank you all for being here. And we're looking forward to an incredible year. The board has also been hard at work this summer, collaborating with district experts to ensure that our students and staff return to more modernized facilities with effective and relevant instruction. As a district, we are still etching toward our 5-year goals for an increasement in student literacy, college and career readiness, wholeness, and mathematics, and also our graduation rate. This school year is yet another opportunity for us to embrace a fresh start with a sense of optimism and unity. As the district prepares, we want to ensure that our families, our communities, and stakeholders are aware of the ways that they can also contribute to a productive school year. Ask me, how can I help? Look at that. Thank you for the talk back. The talk back. One way to help is by donating to our uniform fund. The Baltimore Community Foundation is collecting donations for the Baltimore City Public Schools Uniform Fund to help outfit students in need of new uniforms. Just a $40 donation will provide a student with 2 uniforms. We believe that access to appropriate school attire should never be a barrier for learning, and your support can make a significant impact. For more information on how you can help, please visit bcf.org. or contact City Schools at donations@bcps.k12.md.us. Those looking to receive donations should work with their child's community school coordinator, call their school or their school leader, or site specialist to learn detailed information regarding donations for your child's school. Lastly, we can also help support students by doing our best to help decrease chronic absenteeism. We're encouraging families and community members to help students attend school as much as possible. Daily attendance in school is critical for our young people's academic success and personal development. For questions or concerns about student attendance, please contact the attendance hotline at 410-396-8643. Folks are available Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. to assist with any concerns regarding attendance. To further support students, the mayor's office will soon share about an important announcement regarding attendance and how we can help in the coming days. Tonight, we also are celebrating our board chair emeritus, Johnette Richardson. Would you mind sitting at this table tonight? That's a new space for you. It's very different. First, we have a resolution from the mayor and city schools. A certificate of recognition on behalf of the citizens of Baltimore. I'm pleased to present this certificate to Johnette Richardson in recognition of your dedicated service as chair of the Baltimore City Public Schools Board of School Commissioners. On behalf of the people of Baltimore, I offer my sincerest thanks for your service and wish you the best in your future endeavors. Congratulations from Mayor Brandon M. Scott.
This is a proclamation of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners, whereas Johnette A. Richardson served as a member of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners from 2018 to 2023, as well as serving on the Operations Committee, Audit Committee, Strategic Planning Committee, and the Strasburg Committee. And whereas Johnette A. Richardson served as Board Vice Chair from 2019 to 2021, and subsequently served as board chair from 2021 to 2023. And whereas Johnette A. Richardson has been a longstanding advocate for volunteerism in the fields of education, neighborhood revitalization, and community economic development. And whereas Johnette A. Richardson has performed outstanding service to the students, staff, and families of Baltimore City Public Schools and the city of Baltimore. Now, therefore, the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners does hereby proclaim our thanks and best wishes to Johnette A. Richardson.
Johnette, we're going to miss you quite a bit. Your leadership is unmatched. Thank you for your service and your commitment to city schools. We have a few things for you that we're going to present to you, including this that you can keep forever, wherever you may choose for it to go. And it says that you were a commissioner and board chair from 2021 to 2023. Thank you for your service. This is going to be for you. What I'm going to do also is make sure that you get this. It's all coming with you. We thought it not robbery to just say thank you, right? In a few small ways for you to remember us and just to commemorate your time serving as chair and as a member of this school board. And then we have one other presentation from someone very special. This person has lended you to us for several years, and we want to make sure that he has an opportunity to share something for you as well.
Johnette Richardson's husband. So I just want to, once again, we're proud of you, all the work you've done for Baltimore City and for the students of Baltimore City. When I was thinking about coming to this, is supposed to be a surprise for once. And so I was having a hard time trying to figure out how to do this. But I said, you know, I got to get flowers. And I know Janet's not a big flower person, but I'm gonna figure this out. So I went online and I found one. The name of it was Serenity. Because I know you're happy, you had peace right now. But I know they're gonna miss you. I hear that all day today. So I wish everyone well in the work that they do, but I'm happy that you're home with me. So thanks.
Thank you, Evan. And so now, Madam Chair Emeritus, would you please provide a few remarks to us tonight?
Thank you. I am speechless. I am overwhelmed right now. This was truly, it was a blessing to be able to be in the space with each of you. And as I reflect on my time on the board, I have learned so much from everyone that I've served with. And I've learned so much from you, Dr. Santelises, and from this tremendous team here at City Schools. I feel so fortunate to have been able to sit in the seats that you're all sitting in and to be able to use the gifts that God has given me to be a blessing. And so just knowing that in some small way, I've been able to have an impact in the city of Baltimore and on this board, and for most importantly for our young people, it really makes my heart full. So I'm really full tonight, and I just want to say thank you. I cannot express what this moment is for me in words, but I just want to say thank you to my friends. Thank you for acknowledging me. I could have gone away quietly off into the sunset. But you didn't see fit to do that for me. And I just this moment that you shared with me, I will treasure for a lifetime. So thank you.
So we want to make sure that we get a photo with all of us one last time in this boardroom. So folks who are in our virtual space and those who are here in the gallery, please just give us a brief moment while the board takes a photo and Dr. Santelises joins along with board staff as well. Allison, please join us. Thank you all. The board acknowledges, and it's important for us to take that moment. So thank you all for bearing with us. Serving on the Board of School Commissioners is completely voluntary. It is a labor of love. And so it's important that we take that moment, especially for those who have committed to serve selflessly. So thank you all for giving us that opportunity. The board acknowledges a donation of $20,000 from Javon's Liu to the Academy of College and Career Exploration, ACE, for improvements to the building and facilities. The board acknowledges a donation of $5,000 from Roosevelt and Patricia Shaw to Calvin M. Rodwell Elementary Middle School for educational supplies. The board acknowledges a donation of $100,000 from the Francis Scott Key PTO to Francis Scott Key Elementary Middle School for a new playground. Is there a motion to approve the PEP?
So moved, Commissioner Sally.
Thank you, Commissioner Sally. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater Harrington. All in favor? Commissioner Roberts.
Chair McFadden, I'll be abstaining.
Thank you. Commissioner Coy.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
Yes.
Commissioner Muhammad.
Yes.
Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Commissioner Sally.
Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington.
Yes.
I am also in favor. That motion passes with 8 in favor and 1 abstention. Is there a motion to approve the appeals and hearings?
So move, Robert.
Thank you, Vice Chair Roberts. Is there a second?
Second, Kenyatta Bay.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay. All in favor? Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Coy,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay,
Yes.
Commissioner Muhammad,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Sally,
Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington,
Yes.
and I'm in favor. That motion passes with 9 present unanimously. I will now turn it over to the CEO, Dr. Santelises, for her remarks.
Thank you, Chair McFadden. I would like to invite Chief Emily Nielsen for this evening's PEP agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises. Good evening, commissioners. For tonight's PEP agenda, if you're present, we invite you to stand to be recognized, and if you're with us virtually, to turn on your camera. From the Office of the Chief Academic Officer, an appointment recommended that Alexandra Lurs, currently IEP Team Associate at Dr. Bernard Harris Senior Elementary, be appointed Coordinator, Judy Center, Office of Early Childhood, effective August 23rd, 2023. Recommended that Dia Hafiz Slayton, currently principal at the Bel Air Edison School, number 231, be appointed Director, Fine Arts, effective August 23rd, 2023. Recommended that Laura Huffman, currently Special Education Liaison, Special Populations, be appointed Coordinator, IEP Process and Compliance, effective August 23rd, 2023. Recommended that Paris Crocker, currently Special Education Liaison, Special Education and Student Support, be appointed Coordinator, Special Education Strategy, effective August 23rd, 2023. Recommended that Chandra Worthy Owens, currently Educational Specialist 2, Discipline Compliance Investigations, be appointed Coordinator, Special Education Support, effective August 23rd, 2023. Appointments from the Office of the Chief of Schools. Recommended that Carnell Woodland, currently Assistant Principal at Harford Heights Elementary, be appointed Managing Assistant Principal at Harford Heights Elementary, effective August 23rd, 2023. Recommended that Doris Jones, currently English teacher at Montgomery County Public Schools, be appointed Coordinator, 9th grade on track to graduate at Western High, effective August 23rd, 2023. Recommended that Jamie Young, currently teacher vocational at Morgan Fowler Vocational Technical High, be appointed Coordinator, 9th grade on track to graduate at Baltimore Design School, effective August 23rd, 2023. Recommended that Miguel Rick Vincent, currently teacher secondary at Coppin Academy, be appointed educational specialist, middle school athletics, effective August 23rd, 2023. Recommended that Monica King, currently social worker at Academy for College and Career Exploration, be appointed educational specialist 2, attendance suspension services, effective August 23rd, 2023. Recommended that Patricia Mangari, currently educational associate 10 month at the Bel Air Edison School, be appointed assistant principal at the Bel Air Edison School, effective August 23rd, 2023. Recommended that Tanya Williams, currently assistant principal at the District of Columbia Public Schools, be appointed assistant principal at Baybrook Elementary Middle, effective August 23rd, 2023. Recommended that Yolanda Morgan Mobley, currently guidance counselor at the Achievement Academy at Harbor High, be appointed coordinator 9th grade on track to graduate at Baltimore School for the Arts, effective July 23rd, 2023. Recommended that Gabrielle Meal, currently assistant principal at the Bel Air Edison School, be appointed managing assistant principal at the Bel Air Edison School, effective August 23rd, 2023. Reassignments. Recommended that Christian Lysier, currently principal Baybrook Elementary Middle, be reassigned assistant principal at Tench Tillman Elementary Middle, effective August 23rd, 2023. Recommended that Galen Laird, currently interim principal at Thomas Johnson Elementary Middle, be reassigned assistant principal at Sharp Leadenhall Elementary Middle, effective August 23rd, 2023. And an interim appointment. Recommended that Luis Lima, currently principal resident at Principal of Leadership Development, be appointed interim principal at Coppin Academy High School, effective August 23rd, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. And now for the CEO notification. From the Office of the Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, an appointment that Vanessa Stone, currently Director of School Culture and Climate at Tunbridge Public Charter Schools, be appointed Director, Family Engagement, effective August 23rd, 2023. From the Office of the Chief of Schools, an appointment that Danielle Cromartie Tillman, currently Principal at Hartford Heights Elementary, be appointed ILED Secondary Instructional Leadership number 692, effective August 23rd, 2023. And reassignments. Damien Crawford, currently Educational Specialist 2, Low Incidence Supports Special Populations, be reassigned Educational Specialist 2, Bullying Prevention and Social Emotional Learning, Climate and Wellness, effective July 23rd, 2023. Jonathan Roque, currently Resident Principal at Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School, be reassigned Resident Principal North Bend Elementary Middle, effective August 23rd, 2023. Tracy Taylor Chase, currently Assistant Principal at Beachfield Elementary Middle, be reassigned Assistant Principal at Vanguard Collegiate Middle School, effective August 23rd, 2023. And an addendum from the Office of the Chief of Schools, an appointment recommended that Tamaris James, currently Literacy Coach at the Academy for College and Career Exploration, be appointed Assistant Principal at Morgenthaler Vocational Technical High School, effective August 23rd, 2023. Recommended that Natasha Henderson, currently Social Studies teacher / curriculum writer at Charlotte County Public Schools, be appointed coordinator, 9th grade on track to graduate Digital Harbor High School, effective September 5th, 2023. And finally recommended that Roshana Sidner, currently coordinator, 9th grade on track to graduate at Digital Harbor High School, be appointed assistant principal at Digital Harbor High School, effective August 23rd, 2023. Congratulations to everyone on the Personnel Employment and Payroll report this evening.
Great. Thank you so much, Chief Nielsen. Congratulations to everyone. Can we give everybody a great round of applause? A lot of great appointments. And as has become our custom, I will read a bit more on each of our principal appointees, our school leader appointees. I'm sorry, it's a little loud. It's just a tad loud. Sorry. Tanara Pitts currently serves as assistant principal at Francis Scott Key Elementary Middle School. Previously, she served as assistant principal at Johnston Square Elementary School and as resident principal at both North Bend Elementary Middle and Mary Ann Winterling Elementary. A native of Baltimore City and a proud alumna of Western High School, Ms. Pitts holds a bachelor's and master's degree from Towson University. Congratulations, Principal Pitts. Kimberly Campbell Davis was born and raised in Baltimore. She began her journey in education with the Union Baptist Head Start Center and transitioned to city schools 17 years ago. Previously, she served as assistant principal at Furman L. Templeton Preparatory Academy. Ms. Davis holds a bachelor's degree in social work from the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and a master's degree in administration and supervision from Johns Hopkins University. Congratulations, Principal Campbell Davis. Calvin Bridgers is currently the assistant principal at Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys. He has served as a teacher and principal in the elementary, middle, and high school levels. He states, "I believe in the work we do as educators, and I know that all students can learn." Mr. Bridgers holds a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from Elizabeth City State University and a master's degree in science education from Morgan State University. Congratulations, Principal Bridgers. Dr. Louis Lima returned to city schools as an assistant principal after a tenure in the nonprofit industry advising stakeholder groups on equitable educational practices in STEM. He began his career as an elementary school teacher in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Dr. Lima holds a bachelor's degree, Portuguese, Universidade Castelo Branco in Brazil, and a doctorate in education from Bowling Green State University. Congratulations, Dr. and Principal Lima. So it is going to be hard for me to match our board chair's enthusiasm for first day of school. I know it is a big deal, but as I do like to say, it's always been my most favorite time of year. And as our new school year begins, Monday, August 28th, I really want to say a heartfelt thank you to Mayor Scott for hosting his back to school rally last Saturday, where students, families, community members got a chance to do everything from pet turtles to receive school supplies and backpacks. Our city schools team did a fabulous job in supporting that effort. We were running City Schools Deep at that event. And I just want you to know that we cannot wait to welcome our families and students to kick off yet another year of learning. Soon, I will be joining Mayor Scott to announce the mayor's attendance initiative for the new school year. I am pleased to announce that last year's attendance rate increased for all grade levels, while our chronic absenteeism rate decreased across the board. Shout out. Shout out to our schools team, our wholeness team, school leaders, and everyone who supported that effort. This is absolutely great news, and we cannot stop until every student is in school every single day, on time and ready to learn. Thanks to Mayor Scott for his partnership in this important effort to achieve that goal. Thank you, Mayor Scott. This Saturday, I am thrilled that we will celebrate the most successful summer graduation in Baltimore City Public Schools history. 425 students, which is an increase of nearly 15% over last summer's total. Shout out. These students demonstrated a level of discipline and perseverance that really does bode well for their future success, not just in education, but in life. And I am looking forward to congratulating them and their families. I also want to congratulate and thank our summer learning team for their hard work and dedication, in which an estimated 90% of seniors who took advantage of our credit recovery courses this summer will graduate, compared with 77% last year. That is a tribute to the resilience of our young people, the dedication of our summer learning staff, and the vast number of teachers who made the decision to take part of their summer off to teach and serve our young people. So thank you to everyone for that effort. And then finally, I really do want to give a particular shout out to Principal Yetunde Reeves and her staff at Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School. They will hold a separate ceremony at the school for a good reason to celebrate the summer graduation of 90 Dunbar students. That is an incredible achievement. So we congratulate them on their whole school effort. And our summer graduation ceremony for all of our schools except Dunbar will take place this Saturday, 9:30 a.m. at Coppin State University Arena. Dunbar ceremony occurs at noon on Saturday at their school at Dunbar. So again, congratulations, wonderful summer push. This afternoon, the Maryland State Department of Education released the school year 2022-2023 results for English language arts and mathematics. And I have to say, just by way of opening, while we are not there yet, my goodness, the results are incredibly encouraging. City schools literacy results continue to increase across nearly every single grade level tested, and our math proficiency scores did increase over the previous year. I was especially pleased to note our improvement in literacy in grade 3, which reflects years of hard work by members of our schools team and our academics team, which increased at a significantly higher rate than the state as a whole. It reflects the deep work of our literacy focus. And I also want to point out the gains at middle school, 7th and 8th grade level, which are particularly notable given how hard it is to move achievement at middle school. And I think this reflects the ongoing focus we've had as a district, the fact that we have invested in that area, and most importantly, this work, this achievement really falls to the thanks of our incredibly hardworking teachers and school leaders. They are the ones on the ground who translate every idea, every training, every piece of curriculum, and bring it alive for young people. Thank you for your commitment and the hard work over the years. And now I would like to invite Chief Teresa Jones from the Office of Achievement and Accountability to review the MCAP highlights as well as the results of the school year 2022-2023 Maryland Integrated Science Assessments for grades 5 and 8. Chief Jones?
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Santelises, and good evening, board commissioners and members of the public assembled this evening. My name is Teresa Jones, and I have the privilege of serving as the Chief Achievement and Accountability Officer here in Baltimore City Public Schools. As Dr. Santelises indicated, we will share the results that were released today for the state and for our school system, the city schools. Next slide, please. So first, just a little bit of a review. The Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program, also known as the MCAP, is the state's annual assessment that gives information to students, families, educators, and the public on how well our students are progressing academically and their ability to meet the mastery of the Maryland content standards. For purposes of this release, we do have 3 content areas covered, and so you'll see noted here the grade levels. So they do include grades 3 through 8, as well as our high school subjects of English 10 and Algebra 1. And then for science, we have science 5th grade and 8th grade. The reports are reported on a 4-point scale in terms of performance levels. And so what we will be reporting out on as proficiency are the combinations of levels 3 and 4, which indicate that a learner is either a proficient learner or a distinguished learner. Additionally, this assessment meets the federal requirements under the Every Student Succeeds Act, which is utilized for accountability and incorporates data from this assessment into the state's report card rating system for schools. And so this is a little bit of a precursor to the release of those report card ratings, which will be coming forth in December. Next slide, please. So in terms of the big picture, just to sort of follow on to Dr. Santelises' highlights, when it comes to literacy, we are certainly seeing the investments that were made pre-pandemic continue to pay dividends. And you'll see that those results are now exceeding even the pre-pandemic outcomes, where we were continuing to see consecutive increases year over year. When we take a look at year-over-year improvement, our improvement actually outpaced the state when we look at the combination of all the ELA subjects, grades that were tested, to the tune of 3.6 percentage points versus the state's increase of 2.6. Furthermore, as mentioned, there were many consecutive years of administrations prior to this where we were seeing increases. So it is encouraging indeed to see that continue in this most recent administration. And while we certainly would love to see growth in all content areas, we did note that we had growth in every area with the exception of ELA 10. Just a little bit of a side note, in terms of ELA 10, we also just want to acknowledge that the district has been undergoing an English language arts adoption of new curriculum. So if you'll recall, last year we were looking at 2 new curricula that we've been adopting, and we think that that initial transition to using a new curriculum may have had some level of impact to not seeing the level of increase that we would like to see on ELA 10. Next slide, please. So when it comes to mathematics and science achievements for math, we also saw close to across the board increases in proficiency, and we'll review those momentarily. We will note though, while we did see some increases, our growth was less than the state. So you'll see that by way of some slides here in a moment. However, when it comes to science, our trends actually mirrored the state's very, very closely. And so while there was Algebra 1 growth for low levels when it comes to that particular math assessment, when it came to grades 5 and 8 for science, we saw increases in grade 5 and decreases in grade 8. And that was similar at the state level, although to a different degree. Next slide, please. So in terms of just a little bit of context around these results, so before we get into the numbers, again, just want to just acknowledge the foundation that has been laid prior to the pandemic is showing up. So as Dr. Santelises pointed out, first and foremost, we want to shout out our teachers and school leaders for their committed work, the investments around professional learning, their use of school-based coaching, and even leveraging the summer institutes has certainly contributed to the results that we are starting to see pay off. Additionally, when it comes to investments in learning time, we have extended learning opportunities that we've been able to take advantage of to help with those students that need additional support and personalized learning, even within the normal school day. And then also one of the key investments using our ESSER dollars has been in the area of high dosage tutoring. And so just acknowledging we've invested over $17 million, and that was just in school year 21-22. Like if we were to add the most recent years, that number would be even higher as one of our core strategies. And that is also contributing to our ability to regain ground where the pandemic could have had an effect. Next slide. Furthermore, a few other highlights in terms of the strategies that have been in play in city schools. When it comes to the use of summer learning, we've also been able to leverage investments in summer learning across the board. So in addition to the success that you just heard in terms of the high school credit recovery efforts, we've also had efforts around our K-8 summer learning opportunities as well in both literacy and mathematics. As you know, student learning plans have been really a key lever for us to be able to have a roadmap for all students so that we can ensure that families are partnering with their students and educators to support their successful academic attainment of their goals. And additionally, when it comes to professional development, our district has benefited from a number of different supports, including grant funds through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in support of some of our continuous improvement efforts that are reflecting in these results. Next slide, please. Additionally, when it comes to science, just want to acknowledge with the use of the next generation science standards aligned curriculum, it is one of the ways that we have increased our level of commitment to providing the level of instructional support and use of high quality instructional materials in support of science. And looking at that, additionally, in terms of scheduling the recommended time for science, supporting our science educators with professional learning opportunities as well. And most importantly, is having more science certified teachers. So that's another important key lever. And then in terms of the instructional materials for science, we've also been able to leverage the investments for our concentration of poverty dollars to be able to get more resources in schools. So thinking about the elementary science equipment that we've been able to purchase along with middle school science equipment and the use of resources, including the digital edition of the curriculum, are supports that have been put in place for science attainment. Next slide. So as we get into the results, we're going to take them subject by subject, first starting with English language arts. Next slide, please. So one of the things we want to note sort of as a big highlight, so looking at our level of proficiency with the English language arts, it is the highest that we've seen in nearly a decade, and that reflects the transition from the Maryland State Assessment to PARCC, as well as now the use of the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program assessment. You'll see noted here that back in 15-16, we were at 14%. Today, we are at 26%. Furthermore, that year-over-year increase that I referenced earlier is at 3.6 percentage points, which is a percentage point higher than the state's increase in this area. And one of the other things that we noted is when we look at the combination of grades 3 through 8 and look specifically at how we're doing there, there's a percentage point increase to the tune of 4.5 percentage points, which puts us at number 5 in terms of the level of improvement in the state of Maryland based on the results released today. Next slide, please. So as we take a look at each of the individual assessments for English language arts, you'll see depicted here the results by test. So you'll see City Schools 2022 alongside 2023, and then the percentage point difference reflected on the right. So again, we see increases in all subject areas with the exception of the English language arts 10, which was down 2.8 percentage points. The other thing that I will note in terms of the level of increases, note that those are, some pretty hefty increases. I mean, when you start seeing increases in excess of 5 percentage points, that is definitely something to take note of. Next slide, please. When we take a look at the overall ELA increase, and again, this is a combination of grades 3 through 8 and the ELA 10 assessment, what you'll see here is our results alongside the state of Maryland. And so while we haven't quite closed the gap with the state, we are showing again that greater rate of improvement from last year to this year that's reflected in this trend line. Next slide, please. Now let's talk a little bit about math. Next slide. So again, we do have some notable increases that we're going to speak to, not to the tune of our English language arts, unfortunately, but we all knew that we had some work to do in math, even before these results were put forward. And we also know that we have a math improvement plan that we are looking forward to implementing even beyond the work of the summer that we fully expect will contribute to further increases in the years ahead. In terms of the overall increase, it was to the tune of 1.8 percentage points. You will see some notes here regarding specific grade band combinations. So when we take a look at grades 3 through 5, we saw a 2.7 percentage point increase, which puts us at 12.2% proficiency. When we look at that inclusive of middle grades, that's that 1.7 percentage point increase. That takes us to 9.1. And then when we take a look specifically at the middle grades, that was one of the lower areas, which was only a 0.6 percentage point increase, which took us to 5.7% proficiency. Next slide. So again, breaking down the results by grade, you'll see City Schools 22 versus 23 and the differences to the far right. And again, you'll note that we do have increases at varying degrees. And then our decrease was actually in mathematics in grade 6, as noted here at negative 0.1 percentage point. Next slide, please. So again, by way of comparison, you can see where we are relative to the state. So not as big of an improvement here as the state saw with their 2.5 percentage point increase versus the 1.8 for City Schools. Next slide, please. So let's take a look at science. As noted, science trends sort of mirrored what we saw at the state level. So when we look at grade 5, we saw increases. In grade 8, we saw decreases. However, for grade 8, our decrease was less than half that of which the state experienced. So we'll take a look at that in just a moment. Next slide. So grade 5, top line is Maryland. So you'll see we're neck and neck with a 0.3 percentage point increase comparing last year to this year. Next slide. And then for grade 8, you'll see that Maryland took a pretty steep decline of 9 percentage points, where city schools had a 3 percentage point decline. Next slide, please. So a couple of things that we wanted to make sure we highlighted this evening. So while we've just reviewed the results at the district and state level, we certainly know that our families are looking forward to getting their student level results. That will be coming by way of the individual student reports that will be disseminated in September. So as our schools receive those reports, they will have those hard copies and they will be able to backpack those home. That will likely start around September the 15th. Additionally, when it comes to school level results, MSDE is planning to release those on MD Report Card on September the 26th. And that will include school level overall results as well as student group results at that time. And that is a bit of a precursor to the inclusion of those results in the Maryland Report Card, which again won't be released until December. Next slide. All right, so that is where we are with our results this evening. Thank you, Dr. Santelises, for the opportunity to share this information with our public and our board.
Thank you, Chief Jones, and I want to thank you and the comms team. I know that the turnaround for this presentation is incredibly tight and very, very short, and both myself and the board, and I'm sure the public, appreciate the turnaround and the ability to get a look at today's release through the lens of Baltimore City. And I do just want to say this again, that I don't think anybody would say that this movement is sufficient or where we think we want to end. But I also think that we should pause and celebrate as a district that the focus we have had, the commitment we made collectively around starting with the foundation of young people being able to read has yielded us a momentum that very few people in this state thought was possible. That we have increased year after year. We have increased year after year through a pandemic that saw many of our staff and our children's parents leave us. We had increased levels of anxiety and community true trauma, and anybody who knows me knows I don't use that term for everything. And still, because of the focus and the work of everyday people, of teachers who determined that even in the midst of that, they wanted to get smarter about how to teach reading. We had paraprofessionals, people who are not with bachelor's degrees, who came out in the middle of this pandemic because they knew it was the right of every child to be able to read. They did that. So we are not there, but I defy anybody in this state or this country to tell me that when we work together and we get smarter, it does not yield results for kids. The basic right to read is one that is fundamental to our democracy and fundamental to our commitment as a public school system. We will not relinquish ground. We are not satisfied, but I will not do anything short of celebrate the hard work of teachers, of principals, of curriculum people, and our students who know what it feels like to read. And if anybody has ever talked to a family who never thought their child was, quote, smart enough, and to have them read to them for the first time, to write their first essay, to be accepted to college because their college essay was on point, then you do not know the work of education. So I want to thank every single member of Baltimore City Public Schools who would not relinquish ground on this focus. And it is that focus and trajectory that will take us through the math challenge, the science challenge, and everything else. There are people who died for our kids to read, and anything short of 100% is insufficient. But I will tell you, we sure as heck ain't 14% anymore either. And we are getting more every day. And I should be able to just end there. But I do want to make sure that we get a chance to celebrate one of our very own, Dr. Melisina Edwards, music department head at the Baltimore School for the Arts, was chosen to receive the prestigious Barry Manilow, I should know this, Manilow Music Teacher Award from the singer and songwriter Barry Manilow. Last Thursday night, Dr. Edwards attended the Barry Manilow concert here at the CFG Bank Arena, where she personally received a $5,000 cash prize and a $5,000 Manilow Bucks credit to purchase instruments for the school. Thanks to the Manilow Music Project, and congratulations to Dr. Edwards and the Baltimore School for the Arts for this well-deserved recognition. And that does conclude my remarks for this evening. Commissioner and Chair McFadden.
Why, thank you. Great things are happening in city schools. Great things are happening in city schools. I'll now review the consent agenda. Board colleagues, please let me know if you would like an item removed, and please state your question for staff. I am pulling item 12.04 for a vote. 8.01, gifts and donations. 8.02, gifts and donations. 8.03, gifts and donations. 8.04, BDD, Board Committees, second reader. 12.01, the DBQ Company. 12.02, International Baccalaureate Organization.
Chair McFadden, yeah, I had a question on that for the staff about the expansion of the IB program in schools, and how this contract that's coming before the board will relate to that.
Thank you. So we're pulling 12.02 for some questions and clarification. 12.03, Power School Group, LLC. 13.01, Education Resource Strategies.
Chair, can I also pull this from the agenda? I had a question about this regarding how this vendor will contribute to the development of our career ladder structure, because I noticed that. Thank you.
Thank you. We're pulling 13.01 for clarification and discussion. 14.01, Peter Garn and Associates, LLC. 14.02, Verizon Maryland, LLC, Local Telecommunication Services. 15.01, Clyde McHenry Incorporated. 15.02, St. Mary's Roofing and Home Improvement, LLC. 15.03, Bronner Builders Incorporated. 19.01, Project Numa Incorporated. 19.02, University Partner Supported Health Suites. Yes.
Chair McFadden, I'd like to pull 1902. This seems to be a really innovative approach to address a historical staffing challenge that we've been working to address. And so I'd like to know about the uniqueness of this opportunity for us to partner with Morgan State University, Coppin State University, and Johns Hopkins University around, especially the resources that they'll be able to partner with us on as it relates to the CTE pathway, but more so around what that pipeline looks like for their student talent to matriculate into the system.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So staff, we are pulling 12.02, 13.01, and 19.02 for questions and discussion. Please be prepared to answer any questions or discussion immediately following public comment, if you're not already in the room. We'll now move to public comment. Speakers from recognized groups will have the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes. First, we have Zach Taylor representing the Baltimore Teachers Union, followed by Deborah Demery representing the PTA, Council of Baltimore City. Tanisha, we don't hear any volume.
Okay, thank you. Give me 1 second.
Sure. And I think you may have to unmute for us to hear it. And lastly, Tanisha, is the sound turned up on your device? We still can't hear it.
Oh, you still can't hear? Okay. Yes, it is turned up. Let's see. Chair McFadden, can we move to Ms. Demery? She does have a hard stop at 7, so can we move to her while I troubleshoot?
Sure, no problem at all. Is Ms. Demery with us?
Yes, Commissioner, I am. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good evening.
Yes. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. First, before I begin, I'd like to thank, on behalf of the PTA Council of Baltimore City, to say thank you to Madam Chair Emeritus Richardson for her commitment and honesty. She will be missed. Good evening again. PTA is still one of the best resources to boost family engagement. For over 120 years, PTA has helped solve some of the biggest issues facing America's children. Many of the structures all children benefit from today, such as universal kindergarten and the National School Lunch Program, were accomplished as a result of PTA members' advocacy. PTA is no longer a noun, it's a verb, an action plan working to support your child's success. There is no wrong way to PTA. However, if you do it, it's an investment in your child. PTA to support your child's teachers and curriculum. PTA to advocate on issues impacting your child and affect change at the local, state, and national levels. PTA to build a stronger, more diverse, and inclusive school community. This year, we will attempt to work more with partners such as the Baltimore Family Alliance, Arts Every Day, the Maryland Resource Parent PTA, working with foster families in the city, and CCAC, to bring the value of PTA to more families and encourage more of our local units to participate in the National PTA Reflections Arts Program. We already have one school registered. PTA believes all students deserve the opportunity to participate in the arts, both in school and in the community. The arts can positively affect school culture, especially attitudes and attendance. So thank you for investing in the expansion of Fine Arts district-wide through the implementation of the Fine Arts Strategic Plan. We have a question. So now that the 5-year mark of implementation has been met, are there plans to provide an update to the families and communities in a public forum?
Ms. Demery, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Did you hear the last piece?
Would you just say your last sentence? I want to make sure you didn't go out.
Okay, so we just wanted to know if there will be an update to the 5-year strategic plan now that that mark of implementation has been met. Will there be a report to update the public, maybe in a public setting like the board meeting.
Okay, we can make sure the staff circles back for you for that question, if that is a question.
That is a question, and thank you
Okay,
so much
so
for your
You're
time.
welcome. We'll make sure that we circle back. Was
All
that,
right.
was that it?
Yes, sir, that was it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. And are there ways that community members can become involved in the PTA Council of Baltimore City?
Yes, they just have to contact president.ptacbc@gmail.com.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Demery. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tanisha, Tanisha, are we able to play the video from Zach Taylor?
Yes, we do have IT here with us, and I am going to try it one more time.
Ms. Demery, while we're waiting for the video, someone has asked if the contact for PTA can be placed in the chat. Are you able to do that?
I'll try. I'm going to try it right now.
Thank you.
All right. Were you getting any audio?
We're not getting any audio or video. All we see is the email screen shared.
All right, we do have two public comments. One of them is one that was written in, so I'll go ahead and read that. It's from Stephen Mednick. Dear Dr. Santelises and school board commissioners, I was saddened as a Baltimore City school social worker to hear when I attended the June board meeting that there were several Baltimore City students testifying that they did not have their mental health needs met in their schools, and unfortunately, this appears to be an underreported problem. Please review the video from the June board meeting. If BCPSS social workers were not required to chair SST 504 meetings, due process management, we would be able to meet more of the needs of Baltimore City students. Chairing SST 504 academic meetings is also not within the scope of practice of social workers. If the district wants to truly improve academic scores, they should place other staff in the chair position who are more knowledgeable. None of the counties in Maryland have social workers chairing SST 504. Instead, they rely on their administrative staff to complete the tasks. We have a shortage of LCSWCs, and continuing to require them to be SST 504 chairs may motivate more social workers to consider going to the counties where they will be permitted to do traditional social work. In the past, when social workers were also required to do process management as IEP chairs, it led to a consent degree due to FAPE violations and having it included in the contract that social workers could not be IEP chairs. BCPSS school social workers chairing SST 504 meetings for BCPSS social workers is also incongruous with us meeting Dr. Santelises' wholeness initiative expectations. If social workers are freed up from being SST 504 chairs, they can contribute more to reducing the incident rate of violence in our schools, communities by running groups for anger management, conflict resolution techniques, better judgment, provide bereavement counseling, trauma care, social and emotional learning, and be more available to complete an emergency petition if a student is considered to be a danger to themselves or others and needs to be hospitalized. In most instances, social workers are the only BCPSS staff who are able to EP a student. Social workers are also due to being licensed, generate over $1 million a year for Baltimore City schools and third-party payments. In closing, Dr. Santelises, school board members, I believe we are all united in wanting our students to be successful academically and have their emotional needs met. Please put BCPSS social workers in a better position to heavily contribute to this outcome by eliminating sharing SST 504 as social worker tasks. A precedent has already been established by counselors who have in their budgetary guidance that they cannot chair SST 504 meetings. Thank you for your consideration. Stephen Mednick, LCSWC.
Thank you, Dr. Judkins. I think that we are ready in the board office for the video.
Good evening. My name is Zach Taylor, and I'm a middle school social studies teacher, and tonight BTU is providing another update on negotiations. During our last comment, we discussed the recent report that analyzes difficulties with teacher retention in Baltimore. This report makes several recommendations for city schools. And during negotiations, BTU has made many contract proposals regarding these recommendations, but unfortunately, the vast majority of these have been rejected. In total, we have proposed over 53 sections of changes to our agreement with you. And so far, we've received very few agreements to improve working conditions for staff. Your rejections have included proposals to incorporate many of the best practices that are just the norm in our neighboring districts. I'm not going to discuss all of these, but as you can see, we are struggling with issues that range across the board, from school security to best practices for evaluations, to even things like guaranteeing drinking water in schools. This is a constant issue in city schools because we have so many that depend on bottled water. It's not well managed. We're trying to get an agreement to get it to be well managed. We shouldn't go without water in our schools. Our students and staff deserve better. And we also are fighting for providing equal access to FMLA for teachers in city schools when both parents are employed by the district. Instead, when both parents are teachers in city schools, our current policy pushes one parent to leave so that they can both take equal time with their newborn. We can do better than this. Other school systems do it. We can too. We have come to some agreements with the board's team, and we appreciate them. We hope we can build on these and come to more agreements so that we can close out negotiations as soon as possible and focus on the school year. One area that we want to focus on tonight is special education. Our special education staff is the largest job title we have in city schools, and we regularly hear from district leadership an acknowledgement that these individuals have exceptionally high workloads, high paperwork demands, huge caseloads, large teaching responsibilities, and so on, also with a lot of challenges. Yet, we haven't seen any meaningful changes to support these teachers, even though we hear that it's been something that the district wants to prioritize. So we've proposed something that's just common throughout the state of Maryland, an additional day, just one per quarter, to work on their legally required paperwork. We can make this change happen. Also, other districts provide additional compensation for special educators when they take on increased workloads. This problem is particularly acute here in city schools, since we have a large number of special ed vacancies, and in almost every single school, we have teachers who are conditionally certified and they're special educators. But when you're conditionally certified, you legally can't complete all of the special education requirements and tasks. So the other special educators at those schools, the veteran, the career educators, have to take those on and their workloads grow. Other systems compensate staff for this. Here, we get teachers who get resentful, who get burnout, who choose to leave. We can fix this. And then finally, turning to compensation. We appreciate and agree with the board's team's effort to increase starting salaries of teachers in city schools. And we wholeheartedly agree. We're far too low in what we currently pay new teachers. However, the board's team continues to undervalue career educators, experienced educators in city schools. and they are being offered a small fraction of what a rookie educator is being offered. In fact, the proposal put forward by city schools has the largest disparity of any compensation increase we've seen across the state when comparing early career teachers to experienced teachers. Far more equitable increases have already been implemented for this year in Baltimore County, in Montgomery County, in PG, Howard, Anne Arundel County, and so on. And consequently, many of these systems now provide career ladders that are much more advantageous than our own, much more secure. We need to make progress here. Experienced teachers held this school system together during the pandemic, and we have seen significant declines in our real incomes due to inflation. City schools teachers are also the only teachers in Maryland's large school systems who didn't receive a single bonus during the last 4 years, all while city schools maintains a large ESSER fund balance. Teachers who have made their careers here fill all our gaps. We mentor new teachers, we train new teachers, we console, we maintain strong relationships, we implement new curriculum. But the board team has not budged on their main compensation proposal for the entirety of our negotiations, putting forth the same exact package every bargaining session for its headline numbers. Despite consistent movement and engagement from us, we need meaningful engagement. We need improvement. We can't continue to fall behind. We look forward to improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Judkins. Do we have any additional public comment this evening?
There should be one more video from Jocelyn Providence.
Good evening. My name is Jocelyn Providence, and I'm a high school
Give
math
us
teacher.
1 second. Tanisha, the screen isn't sharing with the video. We just see your email
Which I'm
screen.
very proud of, but I'm also very disappointed.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jocelyn Providence, and I'm a high school math teacher in Baltimore City Public Schools. Believe it or not, I'm going into my 10th year teaching, which I'm very proud of, but I'm also very disappointed to see that there's still a lot of lack of support for teachers in the classroom. And that includes going along with what is being negotiated under our teacher chapter contract. It's very disappointing that the district is still not making efforts to support teachers in the classroom and to give us what we need to have a sustainable career. I want to be a lifelong teacher, but each year is getting more and more difficult for that to happen. One of the things that I want to highlight is the fact that allowing teachers to be paid for the many hours that we are asked, voluntold, or sometimes even forced to cover classes during our planning periods. It's the beginning of the school year. We all know that there is still a teacher shortage. So schools around the city will be told, even though it's a violation of our contract, to cover other people's classes without compensation. That is not done in other districts in the state of Maryland, so why are we still doing that here? Also, we should be allowing the very minimal number of families of teachers who are married to teachers to be able to take their maternity and paternity leave or family leave together, or bare minimum allow them to get their federally allotted 30 days. Currently, the system forces families to split the 30 days amongst both parents. We know good practice is that parents are home with their children, with their newborn to their family, and our district is in direct contrast to that with this policy. Also, there needs to be more support and transparency in what we expect of teachers in the classroom. I attended an amazing SEL presentation today for my professional development. And one of the common things that was told was that how students should not be in a classroom for 90 minutes. But the district just switched to a change of schedules that so many high schools in the district this year are taking 90-minute classes. Why are we going against best practices? Last quick thing that I want to talk about, because school choice is being discussed today. I still philosophically disagree with school choice because it creates a segregation of students by zip code, by socioeconomic background. And I think that we still need to go back to the basics of why do students want to attend certain schools? There needs to be more resources throughout schools. We know that there's a gap, and our emphasis should be on how are we bringing up all schools so they're at the same level and that students do not feel like they're competing for only a little bit of spots. Sorry, that's my dog. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all for those comments. Thank you to the members of the public for your submissions. Thank you so much. We're now going to go to item 12.02. But before we do that, are there any additional items that board members would like to pull from the consent agenda?
I'm sorry, Chair McFadden. This is Tanisha. We do have 3 individuals who have signed up to speak live.
Thank you. I wasn't aware of that. But who are they? We can do that.
Okay, next we have Wendy Jones.
Did you sign up? Wendy Bozell, do you have that name, Tanisha?
That says, no. The name I have says Wendy L. Jones. If she's not here, we have Mr. James Williams.
Okay, I got you. We'll just go ahead. Just make sure that that mic is on. Just press that. There you go.
Thank you for letting me come today. I'm a Baltimore City teacher. I'm a model teacher. I'm also a special educator, and I have a unique position. I am a home and hospital teacher, and I actually work at the hospital. And one of my main reasons for speaking today is because I'm faced with students. I've had at least 6 students that have been shot and paralyzed, so I have to work with them for months when they come to the hospital. And I am just, I pull their school records. They were all like 2 years behind in school. They had missed like 100 days of school. And I feel like I really want to work. I want to volunteer myself to try to help with attendance, to try to help students go to school, because I think that's a main concern that I'm seeing that have a direct correlation to violence. Then I'm so concerned about, I've been a teacher for 10 years. And before I came here, because my mom was a Baltimore City teacher in the city, Dallas F. Nichols, right down the street. And I was working in Baltimore County. He goes, they don't need you in the county, they need you in the city. So I'm like, okay, Mom, I'll switch. And she said, come help me a little bit. And for the 10 years I've been a teacher, every time I've asked for something, I have been told that it's not in the budget. But when I was a Baltimore County teacher, when my overhead broke or I needed some books, I'd call the literacy department. Or if my laptop didn't work, I would just go to the laptop department and get a new laptop. And I've gotten nothing. I bought my own overhead. I bought my own laptop. I worked at a school with no air conditioning or heat or water. And I just feel like my mom said that before Alonzo changed the budget, that when it was done centrally, that every school had what they needed. After it was changed to put in principals' hands, have 163 principals decide how the budget worked, that she was a kindergarten teacher and then her aide was taken away because it was in the budget. So you can ask any teacher and they'll say whenever they ask for something, it's not in the budget. And I'm just hoping that the board could look at how the budget is done and maybe go back to doing it centrally so that all schools have what they need. And when you need something, it's not up to a principal deciding whether or not you have a laptop or an overhead or a book. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's my first time here, but so thank you for your time. And anything I can do, I'd like to volunteer.
Thank you. Tanisha, we have someone else coming to the mic. I want to make sure that his name is read for the record. Who signed up?
James Williams.
Tanisha, do we have James Williams?
Yes, we have Mr. Williams signed up.
Thank you. And there's someone in the back row with your flash on. I'm not sure if you realize the flash on your cameras on, it's shooting in the, there you go. Mr. Williams, you've got 3 minutes. Button, so it
Okay.
like,
Okay, my name is Mr. Williams. I've been coming here since 1995, so I'm a real old dog, and I don't like what I hear. I don't like it at all, because I'm hearing some of the same problems I've heard since 1995 here. I came to speak about some wonderful things that we should be doing, like robotics, like connecting with Northrop Grumman, Texas Instruments, IBM, teaching our students about microprocessors and computer chips, teaching them about batteries. The school system should be connecting to these organizations so that we can get apprenticeship programs in middle and high school. I visited the Aviation Museum at Martin State Airport, celebrating a woman's that is a Rosie the Riveter. She's still alive, and she's 99 years old. Her name is Susan King, and she worked in this school system for 30 years. And she was a volunteer guidance counselor at Northwestern High School at 80 years old. Now that's dedication to help. She built planes over in East Baltimore during World War II. And I had the opportunity to meet her, and I was so blessed. She's still alive here in Baltimore City. It's people like that our children should know about. The Aviation Museum, it has a section on it for Black aviators. Our elementary school students should know about this kind of thing, to see people who look like them and see that they have potential. They're not getting any of this. They should be taught about aviation and avionics. Baltimore City is one of 3 cities that had top robotics classes in the state and won titles in robotics. But the school budgets have to pay for them to get a robotics team. That should be money coming from the state so our children can learn robotics, so they can go out into the world and be ready for the technical world they're going to be facing. We are failing in this. The money needs to get to the schools so we can have robotics teams, so our children got a shot, just like the rest people in the rest of the world. They're creating things, okay? We talk about AI, the intelligence that we have, creating everything, that duplicating things. Our children need the potential to be able to learn this stuff in their schools, not just academics. They have to learn career technologies, people. We have to put this at the front. Otherwise, our children are gonna be servants.
Mr. Williams, could you wrap up your last thought, please?
Yes, I
Thank
say
you.
this because I've connected to Northrop Grumman, and I want to give y'all a list of contacts because this needs to be done yesterday. So I'm going to leave that contact information here with y'all because our kids need to go to the Aviation Museum in Martin State Airport. That needs to be part of their class trips because they need to see people who look like them and know that they have a chance in life. And I want to leave y'all because you need to make connections to these different technical companies so that we can get apprenticeship programs put in our middle and high schools. All of them, not just Poly, not just Western, not just City. All middle and high schools should have apprenticeship for robotics and technology. All of them. I'm sick of coming here because we're not accomplishing what we need for our kids.
thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Williams. Thank you. Mr. Williams, make sure you leave your information with Dr. Judkins, who's right here, so that we can yeah, and I think the chief of staff is also, I'm going to make a connection. Thank you for that. Board office team, are there any additional public comment?
Yes, we have the last person signed up for tonight is Mr. Wyatt Aroki, and I apologize if I mispronounced your last name.
Good evening. My name is Wyatt Aroke. I'm the former Maryland and Baltimore City State Teacher of the Year. For the past decade, I have had the honor of dedicating my life to our 8th grade scholars here in Baltimore City, teaching English language arts. In the opening comments made by Dr. she commented on just how hard it is to move achievement for our middle school scholars, and I know that all too well. Tonight, you will hear a presentation about radical changes to the high school choice process that will fundamentally change the climate and culture of our 8th grade scholars. These changes are completely inappropriate to make and have been made without proper consultation from 7th and 8th grade teachers and middle school principals. The proposed changes will take away the first quarter of a scholar's 8th grade year from being included in their composite score. Those changes are set to take effect this school year. We did not inform our 7th graders from last year of these changes, and thus our scholars are entering this school year under the understanding that they can still impact and change their composite scores. That opportunity will be taken out from under them by these proposed changes by our district. That means we will put increased emphasis on a 12-year-old to fundamentally dictate how well they perform and the schools they have access to. The recommendation will be made under the guise that it's because parents need to find out their choice options earlier. The choice application opens December 1st this year, the same year it's open for the past decade. And families receive information as of March 3rd for the first round, which provides them with several months to understand the school they're going to and participate in the second round of high school choice if needed. I encourage all to not allow this policy to take effect, to revamp high school choice process in other ways after sincerely taking into consideration the thoughts of 7th and 8th grade teachers, as well as middle school principals who use high school choice and composite scores as a way to build a strong climate and culture foundation for our schools. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
That concludes public comment for this evening.
Thank you so much. And Tanisha, thank you for navigating through this tonight. Going back to our pulled items, does anyone want to pull anything else? Make sure you're unmuted for the record, Commissioner Bay.
I'm sorry, International Baccalaureate Committee question, I'm sorry, I'm looking for the numbers.
So it's item 12.02,
02.
International Baccalaureate.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you have questions, we actually can go into it right now. Item 12.02.
Okay.
Is there someone here to speak about that?
While they're coming up, Chair McFadden, a question for you about item 9.02. That's not for a vote, that's a presentation of a compliance report. Is that correct understanding?
9.02 is not. It's an information item.
Okay.
9.01 is an information item. 02, 03, 04, and 05. All 5 of those will be presentations tonight. 12.01, Commissioner Iblagi, your questions again, can you raise them?
Yes, so thank you. I had a question surrounding noticing in that contract that there was language surrounding the a goal of city schools being to expand the IB program into additional schools. Was just wondering if that had any relation to this particular contract and if we are setting aside funds in this contract to work towards that and just seeking clarity on that.
So, thank you. So, the answer is yes. Currently, we have a number of IB programs throughout the school. However, we are looking to expand so that children in each quadrant of the city, as well as the central part of the city, have access to an IB program. Right now, we're focusing on building or expanding programs in West Baltimore, particularly at BIA West. We're also looking right now at expanding or creating an IB program, a PYP and an MYP program at Montebello Elementary Middle School, in addition to bolstering the other IB programs at the other schools.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
I have a follow-up.
So
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. So the contract is for 1.6 and this expansion is included in that
That
as
is,
well as the current programs.
that is correct.
and I believe you received my written question about the equitable distribution of the IB program, because it does seem in the background on it that it has been centered on a pretty elite group of schools, and yet also on the other end of it, the or actually the resultant impact. Because the second part of that question that I sent you was, has the field widened to include like more HBCUs, more, you know what I mean? Because it seems like the schools selected are pretty confined in a traditional sense. So I just want to know the equitable distribution and equitable implementation of the program. You did a very good job in answering, but I'm sure I'm not the only person with that question.
That's fine. So the answer to the first part of the question is that we are not the ones who go out seeking to the schools. We do have an IB program. They are the ones who decide they want to have an IB program, and they come to us to help facilitate that. So once again, we have Montebello is a prime example where the principal said, hey, he spoke to his staff, would we like to be an IB school or would we like to be something else? The staff voted upon it, came back to us, and then we work with the schools to say, okay, here are the necessary steps to become an IB school. So it's not an instant thing. It takes a number of years. They go through candidacy, the application, years of professional development to eventually implement either a PYP or MYP or a DP program. Okay.
Thank you. You did a thorough job in answering in the written.
Thank you.
Too.
Thank you. Are there additional questions?
Thank you all. We're going to move on to item 13.01, education resource strategies.
So my question on this item was just in having reviewed the documentation that the board received for this item, that this vendor may contribute to both, the dispersion of funds from the blueprint, but also the development of the career ladder structure. And I was just wondering if, what the picture that staff has surrounding how this vendor will contribute to that. And also, just for context, whether or not other jurisdictions in the state have, asked similar vendors to conduct similar reviews, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so to the first part of your question, education resource strategies, they are school finance experts. That is their very particular area of expertise. City Schools has a long history with ERS in the development of our fair student funding models. So as you noted, that they continue to support our work on that front. As we develop our career pathways and our career ladder that's required under the Kerwin Blueprint, there's a lot of financial modeling that needs to be done related to that. In particular, under the Kerwin Blueprint, there is funding for teacher leadership associated with national board certification, but that's it. And so as we contemplate other teacher leadership roles, we have to make sure we have the resources resources to be able to fund them. So ERS is supporting all of that financial modeling around. They're not connected to the actual development of the career ladder itself. They're school finance people, so they're supporting that part of it. As far as other districts working with them, I do know that Anne Arundel is working with them around some of this similar career ladder work. I can't say specifically how well that aligns or doesn't with what we're doing, but I am aware of Anne Arundel.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I also just wanted to say that, like, you know, as we heard from the union tonight, of course, there are like a lot of contentious issues surrounding that, but I just wanted to make sure that members of the public that are following the meeting have a sense of, you know, the work that is being done by staff on the development and determination of the specifics of our funding from the blueprint and all of those related things. So thank you for that. I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Iblagi. We're moving to 19.02, University Partner Supported Health Suites.
So I'm happy to start off here. Allison Perkins Cohen, Chief of Staff, and I know we have Dr. Courtney Pate online, who is, I think she's online, and then I've got Kim Coleman from my office here. Both Courtney and Kim have worked extensively on this partnership. I was just going to give a quick overview first, and then turn it over to Dr. Pate and Kim to just talk a little bit more about it. This is an innovative partnership that we're very excited to try introducing. Over the last few years during the pandemic, there's been the already existing national nursing shortage that existed was exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. And so most of our for the last several years, our nursing services in our schools are provided through, we contract with BCHD to provide those services. During the pandemic, Kirwan provided a requirement that all nurses, that all health suites have an RN, not just a nurse's aide or an LPN, which has been the model that BCHD has used to staff the nurse suites. They have RNs who supervise either LPNs or nurses' assistants. They've been, over the last few years, you know, the goal has been to try, BCHD has been trying to move towards more RNs, but the national nursing shortage, as exacerbated by COVID, has made that difficult. And so difficult, in fact, that 2 years ago, we started the school year with, there were 12 schools that BCHD couldn't staff. And then last year, that number rose to 19, so that we, city schools, contracted with private duty nurses to staff 19 health suites. So we're working with the city and BCHD to start transitioning over more health suites to city schools. And as part of that, one of the strategies we're looking into is this partnership with university partners, and building on the relationships that we developed during the pandemic, when our university community was just vital in terms of advising us during the COVID pandemic, with our health advisory committee, with the development of our standard operating procedures, with the development of our testing strategy. And so some of those same schools are now advising us here. So Coppin, Morgan, and Hopkins. So I'm going to turn it over to Courtney and Kim to talk about the proposal.
Do you want to kick us off, Courtney, or do you want me to get started?
I can get started. Dr. Courtney Pate, I'm the Director of the Office of Health and Specialized Student Services, formerly known as Home and Hospital to most people who know who we are. The unique opportunity that this presents in pairing up with the university partners is that we are afforded the opportunity to create a pipeline of nurses. So in addition to providing the school health suite services as mandated by COMAR, we saw this as a unique opportunity to introduce our students who are in our current CTE programs to what school health nursing is, as well as current nursing students to what school health nursing is, because it is a specialty that not many students get to experience, and therefore they don't choose this as a career path. So as a nurse, when I graduated from nursing school, I wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna be a school health nurse. Most people go to nursing school with the ambition to work in a hospital or ER, ICU, somewhere of that nature. So exposing them to community health nursing is optimal to get them to choose that pathway as their career. As we take on these 35 schools, Being able to assign up to 15 school cities university partners, meaning 5 schools amongst the 3 partners, we also don't carry the full burden of having to support and manage those schools ourselves as the school district, because we do not have that infrastructure built out to be able to do that. And so having this partnership is vital as far as us making sure that our students get the services that they need. Also, we're aware that the university partners have access to various programs as well as different opportunities that they can enroll our students in within the school health suite, like asthma clinics and different initiatives around diabetes education that otherwise our students may not be afforded because we would have to design it ourselves. So I'll turn it over to Kim.
Sure. Just a couple other things I would add on to that is that, as Chief Perkins-Cohen already mentioned, we took on operational control over 12 of those schools at the beginning of last school year, 19 by the end of that school year. So by doing this proactively in a manner that's planned out, we can select the schools where we're placing these university partners, and we can speak more to how those schools were chosen. Additionally, in addition to the pipeline, and maybe speaking more directly to your question, Vice Chair, in terms of like the novel approach this is, there are some examples of other regions in the nation having university partners or hospital partners work with their health suites, but not in the same manner as this. So you might see an example of a school-based health center. That actually 30% of the school-based health centers nationally are run by universities, but those are entirely different structures than our basic school health suites. So I lost my train of thought there, sorry. In addition to the pipeline that Dr. Pate talked about, we're also seeing the university partners interested in expanding CTE options so that our nursing students and students enrolled in other trades in the health related careers are going to be able to get clinical exposure, clinical hours. Dr. Pate already talked a little bit about some of the other like mentorship opportunities, but there are just like myriad benefits in the way that we're doing this. And in terms of the selection, we started by looking at our concentrations of poverty schools only, and then from there, one added piece of background that's important context, I think, is the use of private duty nurses. When we don't have our health suite staffed with RNs, we need to employ private duty nurses to provide care for students. Private duty nurses provide care for students who have specialized healthcare needs. So like catheter, Dr. Pate's going to correct me if I'm wrong here, I trust. Catheters, tube feeding, things like that. That's where you need a private duty nurse. But we find ourselves in a situation where students who have very basic needs like insulin shots that can and should be administered by their school health suite nurse, it's not happening. And so we have to employ many private duty nurses at the cost of $8 million a year, where we should not be requiring those private duty nurses. So back to the selection, we look at our schools that are concentrations of poverty schools, and then we look at the areas where we have the highest concentration of private duty nurses that are not needed. So not private duty nurses who are doing tube feedings, but private duty nurses who are doing the function of a basic school nurse, and trying to maximize our impact there by eliminating as many of those positions as possible by having a school health nurse with also nursing students doing clinical rotations in the health suite, providing those services, and in effect, providing a cost savings in the special education budget.
Thank you so much to the team for the overview and response. I really wanted to highlight this item because this is so innovative. This is something that we continue to talk about year over year as it relates to our very vulnerable population of students and resources by way of the school-based health centers. Something that doesn't get highlighted often enough about Baltimore City Public School System is there are a lot of systems that look to us for our innovative approaches to address very infrastructural challenges. And I would be really interested to see, after this year of implementation, just lessons learned, how we can scale that out. and areas of opportunity to kind of take this model and apply it to other areas of the system where we're seeing the same staffing challenges. But I'm really excited to see how we're tapping into those relationships in our backyard. Commissioner Sally.
So while we're on the topic, so I'm just curious, as you're looking at measures of effectiveness this year, as you're kind of rolling this out, what are you hoping to kind of look, at these partners to learn from? So what are you looking at as far as like their effectiveness of implementation over the course of the year?
I'm going to turn to Dr. Pate to talk about the evaluation metrics.
Yep. So our primary measure of effectiveness is that the health suite is actually staffed, and that is staffed a majority of the days of the week of the school year. That continues to be a challenge for us. In addition, we're looking at the pipeline that they create. So the programming, Hopkins in particular, is offering monthly in-services that our students can go to, as well as the nurses who are employed by the district can attend. We're looking to see that our health suites are operating at full capacity. That is my goal as we oversee this project, is that our students are getting what they need and what they deserve at a level that outpaces other districts that are around. So the primary measure of effectiveness, just to be clear and transparent, is that the health suite is staffed. Principals and school leaders will tell you that that's a constant challenge. In addition, that the needs of all of our students are met. So in being able to redistribute resources to the health suite, we then don't have such a strong pull on our private duty nurse pool by assigning them to kids whose needs could otherwise be met by their health suite. So right now, if a private duty nurse has the option to choose between a diabetic and a student who has a trach and a vent, they're going to choose the diabetic because it's the easiest level of care. So if we take away that option of that being a choice for them and moving that to the health suite, then we have more private duty nurses to pull from in order to meet those needs of our students. So staffing of the health suite, in addition to decreasing the amount of private duty nurses that we have and increasing the amount of time that our children are able to attend schools, because we are ensured that their needs is going to be met by their health suite.
Can I add 2 additional details there? Each of the 3 university partners committed to a 95% fulfillment rate. And that means nursing supervisors won't be pulled to not do that role and instead fill it in as a substitute in the health suite. And one other, I was asked previously about other districts doing similar models. DC doesn't exactly, they're not employing this model, but they do have 100% of their health suites operated by Children's National Hospital. And one success they're able to cite from that model is in addressing the staffing gaps that were exacerbated by COVID. They were better equipped to triage their vacancies by temporarily plugging in, deploying other health professionals due to the staffing resources that they have on hand as a hospital system. And so each of the 3 universities committed to that 95% fulfillment rate, because that, similarly to this situation, they have those resources available to them. And to come back to your original question in terms of evaluation, we also, the universities plan to partner with our CTE team to determine how best to expand the clinical exposure that our students are getting. And so while Dr. Pate's team will be evaluating the health suites by the same metrics that any other health suite is evaluated, we'll also be conferring with the CTE team to hear their take on how that's being developed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's one more question.
Commissioner Mohammed.
Thank you. I want to highlight the effort that's being made with this through CTE, that this is not taking just care of a need, but we're actually creating the opportunity for our students to continue their learning outside of the school walls. So I want to thank you for that. I do have a question regarding the supervision and continued evaluation, because we're, from a medical standpoint, we are allowing someone else to take on, and that could provide some risk. So what added efforts are we providing to ensure that they meet, that these individuals, these partners, meet the needs of city schools?
Do you want me to start, or do you want to start?
I can start. So My office actually was able to hire 2 new nurse supervisors during the budget season, and they are assigned as consultants to these university partners. In addition, annually for the state, we have state reporting metrics that we have to meet, and these university partners will be held to that same standard when it comes to reporting the services that are offered, as well as the number of students who visited the health suites, type of visits that took place. My supervisors from my office will actually be going to all of the schools, all 35 schools that will be staffing this year regularly, including the university partners, just to ensure that what we say is being done, and we're keeping a close eye and close watch. In addition, the university partners, their supervisors, will be tapped in and have meetings with our side supervisors as well for troubleshooting, as well as just regular check-ins to make sure that we are meeting standards as outlined by Comar.
And they exceed that as well. So they've detailed in the plans, in addition to what Dr. Pace already explained, they have a huge, robust training. That's such an overused word, but they really are training programs for the school health nurses. They have monthly trainings, annual trainings. Let me find the Hopkins care coordination curriculum that they have for their nurses is really extensive. It covers 14 essential competencies that they participate in on a monthly basis as a team. All 3 of the universities are relying on their pre-existing structures within the schools of nursing to provide professional development training, supervision, evaluation, feedback on an ongoing basis and a very collaborative basis too. So really, they'll be getting double the support and supervision.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and looking forward to seeing the impact and hopefully scaling this effort.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions thank you so much. Are there any additional questions for items on the consent agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 12.04?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Slater Harrington. Is there a second?
Second, Kenyatta Bay.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay. All in favor, Vice Chair Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Coy?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay?
Yes.
Commissioner Mohammed?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Sally?
Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington?
Yes.
Commissioner Eblagi?
Yes.
I'm looking at the wrong list. Commissioner, forgive me. And I am in favor. That motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion to approve item 12.04?
Hello, Robert.
Thank you, Vice Chair Roberts. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed. All in favor? Vice Chair Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Coy?
Yes.
Commissioner Eblagi?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay?
Yes.
Commissioner Mohammed?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Sally?
Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington?
Yes.
And I am abstaining. That motion passes with 9 in favor and 1 abstention. We will now hear a presentation from Dr. Durant, from Dr. Tracy Durant on the compliance report ADA. Dr. Durant, are you bringing your team up or are you starting? Dr. Durant on the compliance report for policy ADA equity.
Good evening. Dr. Santalisas, Chair McFadden, Vice Chair Roberts, Commissioners and members of the public, Tracy Durant, Executive Director, Equity. I want to start by framing the presentation for tonight. There's two parts. The first part will be the compliance report as required by ADA, and then the second will be inclusive of an update about the team's work over the year. Starting with our board priority alignment, priorities 1, 2, 6, and 7. This is section 5 of policy ADA, the compliance requirements, which include the annual equity priorities, the establishment of the Equity Advisory Committee, and a report to be delivered to the board by August 31st of each year. I'm grounding in our belief around equity success, depending on what educators do every day, how the system embraces change and progress, and the educator's personal connection. Here are the policy standards as outlined in policy ADA. Here is phase 1 of our logic model, which was the phase that started in December of 2019. And then the first thing that I'll mention is, for context, reminder for some, policy ADA was adopted in June of 2019. Following that adoption, MSDE adopted a new regulation, bless you, in educational equity, which required, as part of the monitoring and reporting for each local school system, to align the implementation of its equity policy to the local as a consolidated strategic plan, beginning in September of 2019, and then following September 2020. And so every year since the new regulation, we have met that deadline and have outlined our district equity priorities. This past year, we focused heavily on phase 1, continuing the implementation through training, coaching, and consultation, as well as strategic planning offered to schools and central office as leveraged by our school equity action teams, the Equity Advisory Committee, Educator Pipelines and Induction, and the Equity Center Pipeline Initiative, which is our Wallace Foundation grant. Here are the environmental change theory activities that are outlined in our implementation plan, and you'll see over this past year, we were very busy with equity professional development, consultation, and strategic planning. Some of the professional development that we have been able to offer through the district has really been anchored in Standard A, disrupting and eliminating systemic inequities, and Standard D, building staff capacity for equity-based teaching and leading. And so you will see examples of professional development highlighted on the screen, and during the update, I'll add an additional layer of specificity. Our Introduction to Racial Equity seminar, which continues to be a highly sought after professional development experience, is our 2-day prerequisite experience. I'm happy to report that with this past year, we had that brings us to about 97% of all of our principals who have participated in the Introduction to Racial Equity seminar. 100% of our cabinet members have participated in the Introduction to Racial Equity seminar. And effective July 1, the IRES now has open enrollment. So any employee in city schools with permission of their supervisor is able to attend the 2-day seminar. With regard to consultation, coaching, and strategic planning, again, here are highlights of the support that we have been able to offer to bodies of work being led by other central offices. One of the things that we did this year through the work of our staff associate, Kaya Lowry, was to identify where we see the influence of policy ADA in terms of central offices being very intentional as they align policy revision and development to the standards that are set forth. And so we've actually done this scan of every policy since the adoption of the equity policy in 2019. And so moving forward, this will be something that we will continue to share with the board and the public. The annual school performance plan, in an effort to align the work that we are doing with the Office of Achievement and Accountability, schools and academics, we focused on schools identifying a strategy per goal as an equity focus. This was our plan last year, and we learned a lot from attempting to implement that strategy. Most importantly, what we noted was that we needed to be responsive to the feedback from principals, which suggested that greater alignment and simplicity was necessary in order for this to be a meaningful exercise. So through partnership with, again, our schools team, academics, achievement and accountability, we have now worked to align our equity action plans with the school performance plan for this year. And so you'll see highlighted here is that the school performance plan now requires equity considerations to be grounded in the goal areas and school-based data. This is an example of the kinds of support that our specialists are offering to schools, whether they are our priority schools or not yet reached that level of support. The Equity Advisory Committee was also something that was required as part of the compliance. These are members of the sitting Equity Advisory Committee, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge those individuals whose names appear on the slide. Additionally, I think it is worth noting the kind of time that these individuals commit, often in the evening after they've been to work, during the weekend, retreats, making sure that we are focused on their self-identified goals, one of which I want to highlight is to make EAC more visible and transparent. And I do want to take a moment and acknowledge the work of the director in the office, Chidamawe Dakamawanda, who leads the work of the Equity Advisory Committee. All of the work of the committee is also grounded in the city schools guiding questions for the application of an equity lens, which not only are we asking EAC to use, but certainly central offices and schools as well. Here is a highlight of some of the ways that the Equity Advisory Committee has been able to offer feedback to policies and regulations. And they have emerged as a group that is often sought after for feedback to hold us accountable for what we set forth. I'm going to pause there. That actually concludes the compliance portion of our presentation this evening. And so I'm happy to entertain questions for this part of the presentation.
Commissioner Coy.
I'm just going to start by saying, wow, and thank you. And your overview and presentation here is just phenomenal, both in the volume, quality of the work, and also just how much ground you just covered in such a succinct way. So I see all of that, and I'm just really proud to be sitting on this side observing you work. And I've seen you work in a number of different rooms and spaces, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Slater Harrington.
I echo that pride in the work that you've accomplished. It hasn't been easy. The presentation went fast, that part of it did, but the work didn't. So I appreciate that. I have an in the weeds question, and so if it needs to be tabled, let me know. I see the system level work, and what I'm interested in is how we make it systemic. And so we have representatives and principals in buildings who have received the training. How do we trickle it down into those microaggressions? That I know the focus has been, broad, but when we get deep into that, is that principal then equipped, or is it the equity team come around them and assist them in maneuvering through hard situations? The second thing is, I just wanted to say that publicly, are board members allowed to participate in that training? You knew I was going to ask that.
Yes, I did. So I'll start with the first one, and if it would be okay, Commissioner Slater Harrington, when we do the update, I think the answer to your question will be addressed, and if it's not, I'm happy to come back to it. Is that all right? Okay. And then the second question is, I've actually had this conversation with Chief of Staff and with the CEO. And so given where we are, yes, commissioners are able to attend IRES. And so we will make sure to get that information to the board office.
And the board has been invited to participate in years past. So it could be not a new, but it could be an opportunity for commissioners who haven't participated to make that happen. But thank you. Yes, Vice Chair.
So I want to mirror the remarks of my colleagues, but I also want to take every opportunity that I get to highlight nationally the attention that we get as a system. When I visit CGCS, Council of Great City Schools, Council of Urban Boards of Education, MABE, Maryland Association of Boards of Education, other systems are looking to us for the work that we've laid years ago. They're just now getting to a place of implementing policies that we're getting to refining the implementation around. So I want to commend the work that this board and other iterations of this board and your team have done to further the work along, because other systems are looking to us as we have set precedents for a lot of other urban systems. So kudos to your team.
Thank you, Vice Chair Roberts.
I also like how you've included space in school performance plans, because that helps to monitor, right, what is actually happening. So again, what is not monitored doesn't get done. And so I appreciate incorporating that into every school performance plan template. And I would be interested to see at the end of the year, next summer, what things look like as a result of that. So thank you. Not going to hold up any more of your time.
Thank
Good night,
you,
Dr.
Chairman
Durant.
Day. Okay, so I'm going to get to, I went kind of quickly on the first part because what I really want to spend time with you all this evening is highlighting the work of the team. So the first thing that I want to do, and yes, they are all except one who is working on a master's degree, so she has permission to not be here, and one who is celebrating a birthday. Other than that, oh, he came on camera.
Who's celebrating the birthday?
Sam Rather.
Happy birthday, Sam Rathers.
I would like to, and at every part of the presentation, I'm going to ask members of the team to stand. But if I could just real quickly take a moment and have the members of the equity team who are flanking me to please stand very quickly. Thank you. It was important that I start there because the work that I'm going to share with you, although I am charged with leading the office and the implementation of the policy, none of it happens without this team of individuals. And I want to take every opportunity to thank them for their commitment and for sticking with me. So I'm going to first start with talking a little bit about Be More Me. You see two names on the screen, one because a lot of the work that I'm going to share with you is actually a result of our former program manager, Lisa Ann Kim, who left us because she moved across country. That's the only reason we let her go. We tried to hold on, but in her place, we hired a very competent program manager, James Berkman, who has joined the team recently and who's already hit the ground running. Did he wave? You still? Okay, great. So I'm going to start with one of the quotes that we start a lot of our meetings with, and this is from our very own CEO. And what it says, and I will read this portion for you. The intent of Be More Me is to give young people a connection between their learning every day in school and the lives that they are living and their dreams and talents. And so I think that's a good anchor for how we have taken what the iterations of the blueprint, the foundational pieces of the blueprint, and align them to the Be More Me long-term objective. So you'll see a connection between literacy and ensuring access and representation, academic programming, staff leadership, and student wholeness. A couple of things I'd like to highlight on this slide in particular. Under literacy, and one of the standards of the policy, one of the goals is for students to show gains in literacy skills. Well, we're making progress there. The second thing I'd like to highlight is that teachers are involved at every stage of curriculum development. It's what they've asked for, it's what they deserve, and their perspective and their visibility into what students need is really critical. And then in terms of student wholeness and honoring culture, it really is about making sure that students feel that they are represented and honored by the curriculum. And you'll see some examples of that. I want to take an opportunity also to publicly thank our partners in teaching and learning, particularly the social studies team, our partners from NLD Strategic, and the youth engagement team for the work that we have been able to lift across Be More Me. One of the things that we were able to do this year was pilot the teaching fellowship, as you see before you, in the curriculum units. And one of the things I'd like to highlight here is the lessons that we learn are really critical to moving forward in terms of the commitment from teachers and school leadership, feedback from students and teachers, and then the coaching and the support for teachers is what we are taking into the planning for Be More Me. These quotes that you see are from the end of the year empathy interviews, which was part of our process last year. It's an effort to collect feedback during the entire year from teachers and students And we firmly believe that it is necessary and required in order to lift the critical perspectives of those most closely impacted by the work. So while I won't read the quote to you, I will highlight the bolded areas of the quote from our 8th grade student at Woodholm. Every other class in all my other years of school were just about school, 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 not about what we experience or have experienced. From one of our teachers, who is a Be More Me writing fellow, I had a lot of challenges early on in my career to a point where I was like, I might quit teaching. To have the validation of you've been selected for this fellowship, and the reason is because you are good at your job. I did have a little bit of imposter syndrome, but it helped me feel more confident. Our speaker series is one of the things that I think is a hallmark of the Be More Me program, and you'll see those 4 sessions highlighted for you. Last year's speaker series included those topics, and what we believe is most profound is that the moderators and the panelists are our very own city school students as well as Baltimore's finest. 2 of the key principles that have emerged from our students and what guides our orientation is the fact that the design for young people should be led by young people, and that joy is absolutely a non-negotiable. I'm going to share a small clip from the speaker session on the beauty in Baltimore. Oops, sorry. To come back out. I mean, I have shared sound, so just give me one moment, please. Oh, nope, it's coming out of my computer. Excuse me, one moment. I'm sorry. Okay. So let me share again. Okay.
Hi guys, it's Jewel Carter here at Coppin State University. We're here for the Be More Me conference where students are here to amplify their voice. There's so many amazing things happening today. They have a panel discussion for students. They have breakout rooms, food, fun. So let's check it out.
I also didn't grow up knowing that Baltimore was a cool place to be, or that Baltimore was beautiful. The beauty of Baltimore really shows up in my creativity. It's the reason why I am such a powerful artist.
We just heard a panel of some local leaders from Baltimore talking about how they experience the beauty in Baltimore and sharing that with some of our middle schoolers.
Basically, we gave the students a prompt based off a publication that I helped work on called Homegrown, and the poem was called Beauty in Your Two. They made their own version of the poem, you know, whether that be like what the poem made them think of. They took a line from the poem and they made their own version of it. But it's mostly, to kind of critically think, mostly using critical thinking skills, to write and to make a beautiful poem about Baltimore and, things that they care about.
The beauty in your streets, your wildfire streets, the beauty in your eyes is the beauty in your truth. Your eyes hold the truth of your soul. Let it be loud, let it be known. The beauty of your streets, the beauty of your soul. The beauty in your strut, the beauty in your cut. They will ask you to repeat yourself. They will ask you where you're from. They will want to know your life and the bumpy roads in between. Show them your energy, show them your birth, show them your soul.
There's different narratives, especially in the media, around the negative aspects of Baltimore, but people like us who call this place home know that there's so much more. There's so many incredible things happening. There's so many beautiful things happening.
Well guys, there you have it. Today's theme is focused on the beauty of Baltimore. And me, native from Baltimore, I love everything about it. This is the first of many Be More Me speaker series to come, so make sure you guys tune in to City Schools TV, like us on Facebook, and follow us on Instagram at Balt City Schools. Well, until next time, see ya!
So, of course, we want to thank our friends in comms who always come through when we need to put these things together. So in addition to the speaker series, we held the 2nd annual student conference at Morgan State University, the National Treasure, Commissioner McFadden. In May, our theme was a place to just be safe, be free. and Be Me. And one of the things that I think is important is that we were able to increase the number of students, as was the challenge by our CEO, and the number of schools represented. And we have, some more work to do. So we're excited about what this year will bring. I'm really excited about the work that the young people did. And so I think this is one of the things that I'm most pleased about, and I enjoy reading every time I look at it, is what do we mean when we say, and this we are the students. And so just as an example, when students say they want to be safe, comfort zone to be yourself, free from harm or danger, and protected, feel security. Be free, adult community agreements that students come up with. And then to be me, importance of finding yourself through experiences, contemplating who you are. So through our Be More Me initiative, we continue to be reminded of the brilliance of our young people, how they can lead, will lead, should lead when we get out of their way. Next piece of work that I'd like to highlight is the work of the Educator Pipelines and Induction Team, also seated behind me. Well, where you say, huh? Okay. And so I think what's important is that this team moved to the Office of Equity in October of 2022. The team supports early career leaders, principals, and APs who are in years 1 through 3, as well as resident principals. This past year, and I want to highlight here that this was the work of 1 director and 2 senior principal coaches. At that time, there were only 2 coaches, and through the vision and leadership of our CEO, we increased that number to 4 for this upcoming year. So what you see, they're very excited about that. So what you see here is a reflection of the work when we just had 2 coaches. So you can anticipate what we will see in the year to come. Here are how the numbers work out in terms of those early career principals, work that we did around supporting transformational principals to get national certification as mentors, resident principals, and emerging leader fellows. One of the key components of the work of the team is around Talent Development Tuesday, which is development opportunity and direct coaching support. It's important to note that more than 50% of respondents indicated that the support and development that they received was very beneficial or impactful. The other thing that is also important to highlight is the ways in which leaders experience improvement in their practice as related to the leadership framework. So the work that the EPI team is doing has a direct correlation with the leadership framework and what we are asking leaders to do and to be proficient in their area of skill. This past year, I want to mention again, this team supports early career assistant principals and principals who are in years 1 through 3 of their leadership term. The important thing to note is that the team felt that it was too soon, especially given the pandemic, for us to let go of the principals who were in years 4 and 5. So those transformational principals that we were able to offer certification for as mentors, we asked them to serve as mentors to the year 4 and 5 principals. And you will also note that these leaders overwhelmingly expressed impactful and very impactful growth in their leadership, their personal leadership. I do want to highlight, because I think it's just interesting, in the bullet around interest in continuing to receive support, you'll see that there were 6 respondents who said yes, 2 respondents who indicated no. One of the things I'd like to highlight is one of the respondents who indicated no said no because he knew he would no longer be a principal. He is now a senior principal coach. Just a fun fact. The Equity Center Principal Initiative, led by Director Sam Rather and Megan Tucker, who is the manager. So one of the things, as you will recall, we were awarded a Wallace Foundation grant for 5 years, $8.2 million. The first 2 years of the grant were guaranteed as part of the award. Every year after that, you only get if you meet the deliverables, and they are markers of progress. I am happy to share with you this evening that just about 2 weeks ago, we were notified that we have received year 3 of the Wallace grant. And that has everything to do with the meaningful work led by this team, the collaboration, the integration, the strategic plan alignment, and all of the work that they are doing. And just with a team of two. Want to take a moment and highlight our district partnership team, which includes members of city schools, as well as our partners at the Maryland State Department of Education, Morgan State University, and Towson University. Not mentioned here, but I think I want to make note is the support that we receive from our partners at the Fund for Educational Excellence, who help us to manage the finance portion of this and provide technical assistance and support. We're doing a lot of collaboration. The team is able to go on site visits to other districts who have some of the things that we are working towards. So it's an important part of their development. We were able to support a great deal of professional development last year, coaching, certification opportunity for our coaches, for our principal supervisors, other leadership opportunities. The one that I'll highlight is the Leadership Symposium. This is a result of the feedback that we received from the landscape analysis that revealed a need for aspiring leaders to convene. There were over 120 people in attendance. And one of the things that I think is important is that the target audience for the Leadership Symposium was assistant principals, educational associates, and resident principals who were hungry for professional development. We have other things planned for this year. When I first told the team, we're going to do a leadership symposium, they were like, what are you talking about? We did it. It was amazing. And we're going to do it again. Through our continuous improvement, our focus for this year is grounded in our continuous improvement with particular focus on developing a leadership tracking system, sustainability post the Wallace Grant, as well as technical, the technical support that we will need to offer. Part of our plan includes broader and more frequent engagement with our stakeholders, both internal and external. To that end, last year we hosted a stakeholders brunch where we were able to provide an overview and update about our progress. Attendees were able to hear directly from our CEO, and we were joined by our district partnership team members as well as representatives from the Wallace Foundation. One of the other ways we leveraged the Wallace Grant was supporting the leadership institutes that were led by Chiefs Dabrowski and Davis and their respective teams to bring school leaders together for critical learning. In addition to the vision of the Chiefs, the need for leadership institutes was something surfaced directly from school leaders as part of the landscape analysis. And here is a short video about the institutes.
Hello, my name is Samuel Rather II, Director of the Equity Centered Pipeline Initiative. In the spring 2022, the Office of Equity conducted a landscape analysis leveraging Wallace funds to garner feedback from principals, assistant principals, educational associates, and teacher leaders.
One of the biggest takeaways from the convenings, it's allowing leaders at all levels of the organization to work together and learn together. It's also given us the opportunity to develop a common and shared language as we work towards fulfilling our vision and mission of the school system and seeing all of that come to fruition.
The feedback from the landscape analysis was shared with cabinet and school leaders during the summer of '22. This revealed the need for a cadence of consistent in-person professional learning opportunities where principals can collaborate with colleagues, share best practices, and engage with key central offices such as equity, academics, and the school's office.
So I think the Equity Office has definitely honored their commitment to me as a principal, and I would venture to say other principals throughout city schools. I think there have been opportunities for us to attend conferences, such as Courageous Conversations About Race. There have been opportunities for us to have school equity action teams at our schools. They have also just been available to call whenever we were having discussions or whenever we needed support around equity-centered issues. And so just being that presence and knowing that there is a policy to support the work, but also being available to run ideas past them and offer support when we need it. And then just continue professional development offerings to make sure that we're focused on the work.
Leaders look forward to coming to these convenings. It's given them an opportunity to connect with their colleagues, to have FaceTime with our chiefs, our superintendents, and other district leaders. So they're really excited that they're learning alongside of them. And then we also want to extend our pathways for creating leaders across the school district. So we have teachers leaders here, we have our assistant principals and our school leaders, and then also some of our district leaders here. So we want to let everyone know that this is a collaborative effort. We're going to learn together, we're going to grow together, and Baltimore City Public Schools is going to be better because of all of our work.
Additionally, we partner with Pizzazza. Huge shout out to President Carl Perry, principal at Emerson Westside High School, who was able to leverage resources to provide principals with mental health supports, specifically in an urban district. Finally, the Office of Equity, Academics, and Schools have partnered to create professional collaborative spaces which allow school teams to analyze data, plan for upcoming milestones, and hear directly from offices in real time that ultimately will have a positive impact on student achievement.
As a leader of leaders, this has also given me an opportunity to learn and grow, not only alongside the leaders of Baltimore City Public Schools, but leaders across the country. So I've had coach and diversity training, I've met with different area superintendents, teachers, school leaders across the country, learning best practices, some ways that we can improve upon some things going on in Baltimore City, but also sharing our ideas so they can use them in their school system as well. So again, it's a collaborative effort, all in pursuit of making sure that Baltimore City Public Schools shines and our students, our teachers, and our communities as a whole have what they need, and we're the people to give it to them.
So, you're probably wondering, where do we go from here? The impact of all three offices collaborating allows for supports and messaging to be consistent. It is our hope to continue to provide high quality, in-person professional learning opportunities for school leaders and teams based upon feedback we continue to receive post the Leadership Institutes, ultimately improving outcomes for our students.
Again, thanks to the comms team, Chief Pike Hubbard and Andre Riley and those teams from Jewel and everyone who helps us to pull this together. I think it's an important part of what we need to do. Sometimes we get so busy doing the work that we don't pause to take time to memorialize the work and really celebrate how much progress we've actually made. And so I think Commissioner Slater Harrington, this will get to the question you asked. In terms of school support, I'm joined by the specialists. Also, we have a new specialist, so now we are fully staffed as a specialist team. So specialists, we kind of like each other if you all can't tell. So heading into this school year, I already mentioned the number of principals who've been to training, and we have equity fellows who are classroom teachers and designees. And so what the specialists are charged with doing is providing support through training, professional development, our school equity action team. The school equity action team is a team that is built based on the school leadership. So once the principal, the equity fellow, and a third person, a designee, has come to the IRES training, they are then able to be identified as a priority school. They will get a specialist assigned to them to provide intensive support. Part of the specialist job is to help the school leader and the team build out a school equity action team. That team is charged with the equity action plan that now will align to the school performance plan. They're providing consultations and coaching, incident response when things happen, and strategic planning as part of the focus. In the past year, they spent a considerable amount of time just getting the SEAT teams, well, the school equity action team, set up and moving and organized. This upcoming year, there will be more training. So one of the things that school leaders have said, with IRES as an example, I would like for my whole entire team to participate in the 2-day seminar. So as you can imagine, it's going to be difficult to get a whole team for 2 days to participate in IRES. So we now have an in-school IRES model that the specialist team has chunked in appropriate ways so that over the course of a year, an entire school team can go through IRES without having to come out of the building for 2 days. And that is new this year. Quarterly, the equity specialist hosts equity fellowship engagements with the equity fellows. And the equity fellow is a role that has really been designed to be liaison between our office and the work that is happening in schools. And so in addition to office hours that the equity specialists host, they also host these quarterly engagements where you will see there are topics around the use of the protocol that we've adopted, defining the role of the fellow, how you use data to make decisions, how you use the guiding questions for the application of an equity lens. Some of the quotes from participants in the fellowship are before you. I won't take time to read them all, but what I will read is one of them that says, I am thinking about how I can use the guiding questions for the application of an equity lens when issues arise at my school before making a decision or if a decision has already been made. This year, the specialists were able to host the second annual equity symposium, over 120 attendees with different workshops. The keynote speaker was our very own Chief Hike Hubbard, and you will see that the target audience is just the school equity fellows. I will tell you that the space was infiltrated by some central office people who made their way in, which, you know, elevated for us the need to host a similar experience for them going forward. You'll see that 95% of them were satisfied with the symposium and the keynote, as well as the panel, and then 100% of them were satisfied with the breakout options that the specialists put together. One of the things that I'd like to highlight, this past year, we held what we considered Equity Week. It's when we held the student conference, the equity symposium, and the leadership symposium. And so we will have Equity Week again this year. You can save those dates for May 21st through the 23rd, as well as our equity fellowships, our office hours, the Maryland Cultural Proficiency Conference, which is a collaboration of several organizations, which I happen to chair. This year, the conference theme is Education as the Pulse of Freedom at Morgan State University. So we're really excited to be able to have that opportunity. Before I move to questions, I would like to make sure there is an appendix in the deck tonight, and I wanted to make sure that I call your attention to that. One of the things that we thought would be interesting for you to see is the Office of Equity organizational charts dating back to when I joined the team in 2018. So I'll show you that appendix quickly. There is me, 2018-19. And then we were able to bring on Chidamawe. We had a fellow through the Baltimore Core program, and you will just see over time how the team and the body of work that we have been trusted to lead has grown. And this is how we are currently structured. So I would like to, before I entertain questions, I would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to thank the CEO for her vision and leadership, the support of my colleagues in cabinet, as well as across the organization, this amazing team that I get to work with every day, and of course, the board for your continued investment in the work that we are leading. Thank you so much.
Questions, comments? Allison Perkins Cohen, Chief Perkins Cohen.
I just want to take a moment to thank you. It's been a long, long journey. And I remember the first time you and I met before you started, we were trying to court you here. And the distance from that conversation in a Starbucks to here is a long, long distance. And I'm so impressed with the work that you've done. When we sat in that Starbucks, I knew that we wanted to recruit you, but I wasn't exactly sure what this would look like, but I knew that you knew what it would look like, and you've proven that you did. And it's palpable in our schools. You can see the impact that you've made in our schools. You can see the results we talked about tonight is a reflection of your work too. And I'm so grateful and so proud of the work that you've done. And I'm glad that nobody can get a seat in this room except for the equity team, because the team's so large now. So thank you for all your work. It's just incredible. I've learned so much from you, and so grateful to everything you do.
I don't remember Starbucks. I remember our first policy committee meeting when you sat and introduced a policy draft to us, and to see what has come from that day to where we are now. One of your subtle nudges was the expansion of the team, right? If we have this in place, we must, for this system that is rooted in generational inequities, we need the people, right? We need the human capacity to lift the work and then to influence others to make sure that the work is sustained. So Dr. Durant, you are nationally recognized, and we're blessed as a school system to have your leadership in this area, and our students are better for it. And hopefully we'll continue to see, as the work moves forward, even more progress as it relates to just what people deserve, right, in our city. So thank you so much, Dr. Durant. Thank you. And to your team, thank you to the army behind you, all right? Because we do remember it was an office of one, right, that became slowly and gradually over the past 5 years what we see tonight. And then the fruit has been trickled throughout the entire school district. So thank you, and thank you to your team. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I will just add that I think is important for context that might go unnoticed is the educator pipeline work is not something that a lot of equity offices take on. When I said to Dr. Durant, we have a need, and I think there was actually a current board chair, then just a commissioner, who was very focused on, so what are we doing, right, to provide, you know, opportunities for up and coming school leaders to make sure that's happening. And you didn't have to take, I mean, you kind of did because I asked you to, but I think it just is a testament to the fact of how you see equity throughout an organization. And so many, frankly, organizations, school districts are not. Equity is compartmentalized, right? It's this one little thingy over here. And to watch you dig into the everyday processes that some people would say, well, is that really equity, right? Is principal selection and placement equity? Is first, second year school leader coaching and pipeline work equity? Is, you know, something like Be More Me? Those are all things that could have resided differently, but I think are better, frankly, for the fact that they are housed within your body of work. And I think it sends a signal because of the excellence in the organizational development knowledge that you have, coupled with your commitment and knowledge of equity, has really helped to ground equity work in Baltimore City Public Schools in ways, quite frankly, it is not other places. It's kind of a side dish. It's a like, let's add some parsley, you know, to the plate and make everything look pretty. But, you know, you have taken on even, and I'll never forget the day I asked you to do the EPI work and you're like, oh, okay, sure. And I look at where it is even a short time now, and just really want to thank you for a vision and a leadership around equity that really is across the organization. And I think that's what we wanted, you know, those early days when we said, wait, we might have actually found the person. And we have. And so thank you for your leadership. And it is wonderful to say, I was like, wow, that is a lot all on those pages. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Durant. Thank you to your team. We will now move on to item 9.02, compliance report, JFBA. School choice processes and entrance criteria.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chair McFadden, and CEO Santalesas, and all the Commissioners. My name is Tina Hike-Hubbard. I am the Chief of Communications, Engagement, and Enrollment. You are going to see me for the next 3 presentations, so I won't introduce myself each time, so I'm doing it now. But tonight, I am pleased to be sitting next to Dominic Bivens, who is our specialist around our choice work and also a fantastic team member in our enrollment office. He is going to give you this update on this compliance report around school choice, and I'm sitting here for support and to answer questions with him after he finishes his presentation.
Sorry, I'm trying to get it together. Sorry. There we go. Good evening, Board of Commissioners, CEO Dr. Santelises, and Chief Perkins Cohens. My name is Dominic Bivens, and I'm going to be talking to you guys today about our annual middle and high school choice results for the 22-23 school year cohort. In this presentation, we'll talk about the choice timeline and process, some of the improved supports that we provided to families navigating the process, some of our choice strategies, and making sure families have access to information regarding the process, as well as the process itself, the participation and results, and then our plans for moving the school choice process forward for the next school year. This presentation is aligned to board district priorities 4 and 7, in which we effectively engage all stakeholders, including parents and families, as well as priority 7, in which we continually work towards equity on all levels. So first, I want to talk about our early engagement milestones. We want to make sure families have access to information early regarding our middle and high school choice process. And so in those 3rd and 6th grade levels, we want there to be a focus on students discovering and exploring what their interests and goals are, and developing an understanding of how academic performance is used to determine their eligibility for our middle and high school programming. By 4th and 7th grade, we know those are critical years in the high school choice process. So during these school years, we encourage families and students to get to know their school choice liaison, develop an understanding of their interests and goals, and remember that testing grades and test scores are important in determining the eligibility for entrance criteria program. The timeline for the 22-23 school year, in October and November, we spend time making sure families know about the different choice options we have across the district by hosting information sessions at the school level, as well as for our choice sites, hosting shadow days and open houses for families, again, to learn more about our choice sites. By December and January, we make the choice guides and applications available for families. Students receive their composite score, and our district hosts its annual choice fair. And by February and March, families learn their first round choice picks and have the opportunity to participate in the second round of the choice process. The way the choice process works is that students can choose up to 5 preferred schools on their application, and an algorithm is used to match students with the highest possible choice according to how they rank their choices on the application. Over the past several years, we have consistently been able to place students at their first or second choice with a 65 to 75% of the time. For our entrance criteria schools, students are ranked based on their composite score from highest to lowest, and a lottery is used for placement in our traditional schools. Our entrance criteria schools are those schools that require certain tests and grades in order to attend. So at the high school level, that would be Poly, City, Dunbar, and Western. And for our middle school, we have advanced academic programs across the district at Waverly, Roland Park Cross Country, Mount Royal, and Francis Scott Key. Some of our schools with alternative entrance criteria processes are Baltimore School for the Arts, which has an audition process, Baltimore Design School, which has an interest survey for middle school students, and a portfolio process for high school students. NAF and BARD have an interview process, as well as BART has an essay process that students must participate in. And then the Ingenuity Project is a program housed in some of our middle schools and at Poly with an emphasis on math and science curriculum, in which students must complete an admissions test in order to participate in that program. So for the 23-24 school cohort of students participated in Choice this past year, we looked at their last year final grades as well as the first quarter grades to determine their composite score. We only look at the core subjects, English and language arts, math, science, and social studies. There were plans to use the MCAP scores, but they did not return in time from the state for us to use them in the calculation of the composite score. It is being proposed that for the 24-25 school year cohort, that only the last year grades and last year test scores be used in the calculation of the composite score. In connecting with the Office of Achievement and Accountability, a data analysis was done to determine the impact of quarter one grades on the composite score. And through that analysis, it was determined that there was no real impact whether they were Q1 grades were included or taken out. And so this is being proposed in an effort to move up the choice timeline so that families can find out about their school selection sooner and may be able to make informed decisions about their final placement for their children.
I just want to add, based on Mr. O's comments earlier in the public comment testimony portion, I actually looked at the OAA report in preparation for this presentation. Out of approximately 5,000 students that go through choice, only about 25 students in grades 5, rising, would have been impacted in last year's school choice, and about 75 kids in grade 8. So the numbers about the impact of being able to get these numbers out earlier to families is weighed into having approximately 100 kids that would have a difference. And we could even consider an appeal process for those 100 kids who had a drastic difference in their score. But for the 5,000 families who've been waiting for these numbers over and over, it was critical for us to try to move the process up. I think Mr. O also missed a point in the deck. The timeline he was referring to in this deck was from last year. This report is mostly about this last year's choice process for this school year. The timeline actually moved up a month. So we will have the actual working on that right now. You will have the full timeline shortly, but everything will move up a month basically. So families will get notified much sooner and they will have the process laid out for them much quicker. The other thing to note on this new piece is that we had historically used test scores for the choice process because we did not have MCAP data historically in time. One, we didn't have it, and then two, it didn't come back in time last year. We're adding it back in. This is not a new portion of the process. It's just now that we have availability of the test scores, we're able to add it back into the process. Sorry, Dominic, I wanted to clarify that. No, thank you.
If I can just make sure I really understand this point. Earlier, the public comment did reference that this was a change being proposed for this school year. In the deck, it looks like the proposed composite score change is for the 24-25
So that's
school
what's
year.
confusing about our deck, just so you understand. The presentation is about the 22-23 school year results from choice that actually take place this fall. This right here is what we will do for this fall in preparation for the 24-25 school year. So that's clear.
So the proposed change that's outlined here that will help placement for next school year is being a change that's implemented this year.
That's correct.
So his comments about this change being effective now, essentially, or in play now is, I mean, it's accurate that he's saying that
It's
that was
accurate,
being,
yes,
okay.
because it is going to change the choice process that will happen this fall. This will be the new composite score calculation we'll use for this fall.
Thanks for that clarity.
Yeah, and I also just want to note, since I have the mic one more time, is that we are also working right now, and this is not part of your presentation, but I'm going to add it anyway, with consultants externally to do research on court cases, case law, examples from other districts across the country to understand better what are best practices around choice, how can we improve the choice process. And so we're hoping that once that is complete, we'll be able, as Mr. O did signal, to come out and have a community engagement process around the potential changes for choice that we are exploring with these consultants. So in addition to this change for this fall, we will also be having a truly engaging 7th and 8th grade teachers, engaging families, engaging the community around the proposals that the consultants are bringing forward to us around what's the most equitable way. It's for the equity presentation, then they're so entrenched into our work. What's the most equitable way we can improve our choice process to have better access for all of our families?
Thank you. No, thank you.
I will prefer it so that we can get through the presentation and then just hold your questions for after we get through.
In supporting families in the school choice process, each school has a trained choice liaison that counsels and helps guide families in navigating the process. District staff is also available to help families in this process. This year, we hosted our annual school choice fair in person at the Baltimore Convention Center, as well as had a virtual site for families to visit and learn more about our school options. Again, we had about 3,000 families in attendance at the convention center, and a good time was had by all. So I was definitely excited for us to go back to the convention center, and just the energy of that was really great to see. In addition to the Choice Fair, we have a digital and printed version of the middle high school choice guide, produced in English and Spanish, created for families to learn more about our middle high school choice options. So now I'm talking about our middle grade strategy. All of our fifth graders are placed in what we call priority groups. Our priority 1 group are our fifth graders that do not have a zone middle school for their residents. So we prioritize them in the placement, ranks and placement process for the school choice process. Priority 2 fifth graders are those students that do have a 6th grade seat, but they are also welcome to participate in the middle school choice process. Some other additional preferences as part of the middle school choice process. There's a sibling preference, a location preference based on the quadrant of the city a student lives. We don't want our little 12-year-olds, taking 2 and 3 buses to get to their school. So that's why we have that preference in there. And then we have that priority preference I talked about earlier. It's important to note that these preferences do not apply to our advanced academic placements. So over the last several years, we've expanded our middle school choice options to include many of our K-8 sites that offer gifted and advanced learning opportunities, as well as honor courses for middle school students to access. So here's just a list of all the different schools that we've added over the years. And there are plans to add additional schools for families to select moving forward. As far as our high school process, a geographic placement preference is applied for our traditional schools. Our traditional CT centers, Carver, Emerson, and Mervo, no longer have an entrance criteria, and this is to ensure equitable access to the CTE programs those CTE sites offer. In addition, the high school choice application has a survey embedded in it, in which families and students can indicate to us the CTE programs that they're interested in. In addition to those changes, we moved from 3 formulas to just 1 formula for the high school choice process. And then, as was stated earlier, the spring MCAT 22 in assessment scores did not return in time, and so grades were only used in the calculation of the composite score. And now the results. I'm pleased to report we had a 97% participation rate, which I think is the highest percentage since I've been engaged in this work. That's truly a testament to the work of our choice liaisons at our school level, who engage in this work with our families. And so I'm very pleased to report that number. And then we see, as in previous years, we've had that 65 to 75% of students receiving their first and second choice. Similarly, with our middle school choice process, we had a 93% completion rate. Again, a testament to the hard work of our choice liaisons in our school. At one point, this was 67% participation rate. So for us to go from 67 to 93, I think is really great, and shows that we are making some progress in this space. And again, 65 to 75% of students at the middle school level are receiving their first and second choice as well. As we look deeper at the first choice assignments and who's getting their first choice, we've broken it down by race and ethnicity. And we see that the students getting their first choice, the breakdown of racial and ethnic groups is aligned with our district and how our district breaks down racially. So 70% of students that received their first choice were Black, 25% were white. And then if we look at our student ethnicity, we see that 17% of the students that received their first choice identified as Hispanic. This also just kind of shows a further breakdown of the different racial groups and those students receiving their first choice. So in addition to looking at race and ethnicity, we also looked at students receiving their students with disability receiving their first choice. And as you can see, it's comparable to our general population in terms of students receiving their first and second choice. Here we have a map of the city and showing the percentages of students receiving their first and second choice. You will notice that South Baltimore has a higher percentage of students receiving their first choice. But it's been in my experience that those students are often choosing those neighboring high schools, Ben Franklin and Digital Harbor, which don't have an entrance criteria. So those students are more likely to receive those first choice placements, which will result in a higher percentage. And then also in looking at first choice assignments by zip code, we see that Highlandtown, Park Heights, and our Lake Clifton area has the most students receiving their first choice in our middle and high school choice process. If we look at it by school community, we see that some of our larger sites like Roland Park and Mount Royal are sending a lot of students to their first choice. But we also have schools like Katherine Johnson and Cherry Hill that are also sending a high number of students to their first choice as well. So I wanted to highlight that. And then lastly, these are kind of the pillars that our office, Enrollment Choice and Transfer, believes will help families, that if we do these things, we can help families make informed decisions, engaging them in the process, providing the required and school-based supports, simplifying the process for families, and leveraging those community partnerships. We can help families make informed decisions regarding this process. And as we talk about moving the process forward, as Chief Hike Hubbard mentioned earlier, there's ongoing work to analyze our school choice process and analyze our policies. We are continuing to expand our middle school grades, our middle grade options for families to select in the middle school choice process. Looking at equitable outcomes through the work group and through family engagement to find out how to make this process more equitable for families, and looking at our district portfolio and school offerings that we offer across the district. So thank you guys for allowing me to speak at this time, and I'll take any questions that you guys might have.
Know that Commissioner Bloggy had a question. I see Commissioner Kenyatta Bay's hand, Commissioner Sally, in that order. Commissioner Bloggy.
Yeah, I had a few. So my first was surrounding the choice liaison. I was wondering, just to have a bit more context around that position in our schools, because I don't know a whole lot about that. Is that like the ILED doing that work, or is that a different person?
No, it's a different person. Most times it's the school counselor that engages families as the choice liaison. But it can be, whatever staff has the best, relationship with families. And sometimes it's the secretary at our school. Sometimes it's the principal. But in most schools, it's the school counselor that engages in that work.
All right, and then just to follow up to that, do we have like any sort of repository of the staff members doing that work at each school? Because I think something that's pretty common for a lot of board members is for, community members to come asking like who they can talk to. And so I was just wondering, is there like any way that we can access that?
Yes, so I can provide you that list of the choice liaisons for the 23-24 school year.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then as for the removing the Q1 grades from the composite scores, I was wondering, like, I know you all were saying that there will be engagement work done surrounding that piece and then, you know, other potential changes to choice in the future, but has there been any engagement on that piece specifically?
Yeah, go ahead. We have not engaged on that piece specifically because we did the data. If it had had a larger impact, honestly, on students, we would have done a bigger engagement around it because it literally last school year would have impacted about 100 students. We felt like we could go ahead and move forward because it literally is that 1/4 is holding up the process all the way through a March notification. And we could do certainly an appeal process for a limited number of children that it actually, students, excuse me, that it did impact. Our plan really is to do much more broad engagement around the bigger changes that we need to make for choice. So it's something we could have done, but in the spirit of trying to get this information out to families and students sooner so they know what's happening, we did not do a robust engagement. And that usually is the thing, you know, that I love to do, but it wasn't feasible during this time period.
Yeah, I completely understand that. And also, I recall you having said that, you know, that staff had done a review and that just numerically, like not a lot would change for most students. And I think that if we could maybe have more context on that, not necessarily tonight, because I know that could be like a bigger thing, but just in the future, that might go a long way just in helping the public understand, like, you know, what exactly would change for their kids. So would it be possible for us in the future to maybe see, like, you know, any studies that staff has done of that? I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, we can certainly share that. We're also literally right now putting together information for families. So as soon as the school year starts next week, we can communicate that out very clearly to families as well. The why and the what has changed and how. So absolutely.
Okay. Or wait.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay, Commissioner Sally, Commissioner Slater Harrington, and Commissioner Reed.
Sir, microphone.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm preparing for the classroom. I don't have a microphone in there. So anyway, the first question has to deal with the restricted, and I mean, there are restrictions, there are criteria. There's certain schools that are, I mean, yeah, that will have criteria. Has there been an analysis as to whether or not some of these criteria may be restrictive to or may be limiting to a wider acceptance rate? I mean, because some of these criteria were built up for years and years ago. And so, I mean, I didn't know in school choice, I mean, as a person that had to fight for like 3 different groups of kids to get into my kids, getting into schools, that they, you know, choice, and it's been over years, okay? I wanted to know, has those criteria been looked at, and do you have an impact on those criteria?
So the nature of having selective high schools or advanced academic schools is just that. They are selective programs, right?
Right.
That there is history with those schools that predates everybody in this room. And right now, we are not interested in doing a wholesale removal of those. We have limited them because, as Dominic mentioned in the presentation, Mervo, Carver, et cetera, we removed the entrance criteria from those programs because it was found to be inaccessible for many students for the CTE programming. Your Poly, your City, your Weston, your Dunbar, at this point, there's no plan to change the entrance criteria for those schools. However, in our research with our consultants, looking at access, not changing criteria, but looking at access, what does that look like? We are examining that. So for example, hypothetically, several of those schools are going to be going through construction programs. If there are additional, this is all hypothetical, please don't take this as a quote that we're going to do this, right?
Good.
If there are additional seats, Dominic and I have talked about wouldn't it be great to add the extra seats to the top 5% of every middle school in the city? So it still becomes a selective program, but you're allowing more access to a greater number of schools to those programs. That's just one example of the things that we are exploring with this consultancy we've engaged to understand it better. That does not mean, though, we would ever, at this team, at this time, work to remove entrance criteria from those 4 schools. For middle school, what I will say, though, is we do have those advanced academic programs, but I have to give a big shout out to Dennis Jutras in the academics office, because they've been working diligently to try to add honors programming to almost all of our middle schools. We're not there yet. We are working towards it. But when a child gets a ranking in the composite score for advanced academics, it's the same as honors for their entrance criteria for high school. So we want to create more opportunities for more rigorous programming at the middle school level to give a more equal playing field for students to be able to access entrance into those 4 schools, not to mention the additional schools that Dominic mentioned that have their own criteria that is not just academic, but also has auditions and those kind of things.
Okay, thank you. The slide number 25 and 26. There were certain numbers of people who, of those who got their first selections, and some of it seemed like it looked, I was confused. Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just, I maybe have problems counting. But the slide number 25 and 26, if you look at those.
Sure. So, it's
That's 25.
Yeah, but it's
Oh,
not
you're
on
not
the
sharing.
screen.
Yeah. We're going to reshare them just quickly so the public can see what you're referencing, Commissioner Kenyatta Day.
Yes. So this slide looks at all the students that received their first choice and looks how that broke down out of the total number of students that received their first choice. So out of the 3,771 students that received their first choice, 70% of those students were Black, 25% of those students were white, 2% of those students were multiracial. And so that's what this first slide is referencing. And then conversely, student ethnicity, 17% of the students out of that 3,771 were identified as Hispanic. And the reason they're parsed out like that is because race and ethnicity are 2 different things.
Do you have, go ahead.
Okay, no, yeah, that's 70% of, if I'm looking at the 70% of those students that said this was my first choice, 70% of African-American students got their first choice. But that looks like that you're saying of the white students out of those 928, only 25 of them got their first choice.
Of the 100% of students who participate in choice.
Okay.
Right? So of the group of kids, 5,000 kids, 70% of them of African Americans got their first choice. That 25% of that group were white and they got their first choice, right? That's how it breaks down.
Oh, okay.
So it's not saying that only 25% of white students got their first choice. It's of the composite of who got their first choice. This is the breakdown of who got first choice, if that makes more sense.
Right, yeah, and that's why I would like to.
I get it.
Yeah, I would like to, you see what I'm saying? Because when people look at that, they'll go, yeah, I mean.
If you go to the next slide, Dominic, I think that's a better indicator for you. If you want to walk him through this slide.
Okay.
Sure. So that first slide looks at all the students that received their first choice. This looks at all the students that participated in the choice process. So we see that there were 5,553 Black students that participated in the choice process. 2,649 of those students received their first choice.
Okay.
And it goes on down again by the racial groups.
Okay, cool. And I'm not going to belabor that because the next 2 slides do the same thing with, I think demographics, I'm not sure, different group.
Right, by zip code.
Zip code, right.
Right, and by school community.
And disabilities.
Okay, and the last question, I'm sorry, guys, is back-end results. I know you've been developing this over the years. You've been doing a good job. You've been working hard, and school choice has always been a hot button issue. Have you done an analysis of what the success type of rate is for those students that get closer to their more access to their first choice? Is it higher? Is it lower? What's going? I mean, have you looked
In
at the
terms
back
of
end
how they
results of
perform?
it? Yeah, performance.
So we haven't done that analysis yet of how students perform that receive their first choice.
Okay, just curious. All right, thank you. Sorry.
Right. Thank you so much. So my first comment, this is a comment. As you guys look towards doing some type of future kind of engagement around this, I would be curious to learn a little bit more about how parents, families, and students think about the composite score. Like, what more can we do to ensure a more well-rounded entrance criteria for students, like not negating what you shared earlier in terms of like these schools that have a legacy around the selectivity, but are there other things that we can do to ensure that a student can demonstrate their full academic interest and other types of things that they bring, as well as lived experiences in this process? So that's a comment.
And that will happen.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that will happen. I'd be interested to see what we learned there. The second is a question, and I think this is a little bit, based upon things I've come to understand and appreciate as a former middle school teacher, is recognizing what you shared a little bit about the coordinator. I'm going to lose what you shared.
Choice liaison.
School choice liaison. So we recognize that there's fully a shortage of guidance counselors out there. And I'm a little bit concerned in terms of schools having the adequate support to guide as many students as possible through the process. And so I'm just curious, like, what more as far as types of investments we can make in that particular role and in guidance counseling to help more families and more students understand the choices that are available to them, as well as understanding what the academic experience may look like in a traditional school that may not have entrance criteria.
So even though we have the majority of our choice liaisons are guidance counselors, we actually have a number of staff that are also recruited to do this at schools where the guidance counselor is not present or can't do the work for some reason. And because of the ESSER investment, we actually paid stipends to those folks this year for the extra work. Dominic provides an outstanding training over time to those liaisons. And then we also provide community supports. We've actually trained community partners as well to serve as liaison support so that our faith-based community, our lead agencies, our community school coordinators, those kind of folks also participate in this process to make sure families truly have access. And if you could see the number of schools that we have actually paid buses to make sure that those families get to the choice fair, specifically our schools that have a high ELL population of students, we actually have busloads of kids that we are bringing to the choice fair with interpreters to better really create access and knowledge and information around this. So the investment, and I was thinking about this when Dominic presented the data, when you see the investment for the past 2 years of having stipends for our attendance liaison, choice liaison, the number of kids completing it has gone up to 97%. And that is because of the intentionality there of that investment. So I'm hoping we can figure out through our future work and general dollars how we continue to figure out what that stipend looks like, or cementing the strategy in a stronger guidance counselor piece, which is not really our role, but figuring out how we can make that solid, because you can see how the investment is having an impact on the number of kids who are completing first round. Having only 3% of students do second round of choice, which really isn't choice. I'm gonna be really honest with you. To me, first round of choice is real choice. Second round, a lot of choices are taken, right? So to me, it's less of a choice. So getting more kids to take it, go through the first time is really critical. So I don't know if you want to add anything about your training or anything you do to support them. The teachers who are, the staff who are not guidance counselors.
No, I was just going to piggyback on what you had. We collaborate with the Office of School Counseling. I met with them this afternoon, as a matter of fact, and kind of talked about some things that were coming down the pike. In addition to the school community in our collaboration with the Family Community Engagement Office to make sure that we're touching as many people as possible that have interactions with families and students, and can make sure that they know about this process.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Chair McFadden.
Commissioner Reed, did you have a question? Commissioner Slater Harrington is leaning to you.
Yeah, I guess, Chief Hike Hubbard, we can talk offline, but, because it may take a while. But my question is going to be concerning slide 26. And we can get to that because I want to go through the whole litany in terms of African-American kids in the system, the 70% in slide 25, and the 48% in slide 26. So it may be convoluted, so we can talk offline, but I don't like that 48% number.
So 48% of them receiving their first choice. And I think part of that, just so we're clear about the first choice, is if you look at the, I'm trying to find the slide, Dominic, where it shows first and second choice for high school, because it's important to note. Part of that is about good guidance to the students and what their choices are, right? So if a student has, like, I'm going to give you an example, a composite score of 580, and the lowest composite score for a poly placement, for example, was a 750 or 760, the guidance to that student should be, you should not put poly down as your first choice, right? Because the likelihood of you getting that school is very low when you have a composite score of, say, a 6 something. So that part of that first choice piece is around good guidance to students and families about making their choices. And I'm happy to follow up offline, Commissioner Reed, just to unpack the details more. But we do have students receiving their first and second choice is much higher number. And I think it's important to note that second choice matters a lot. Most of our students are, I mean, very few, 2% of our students are going down to a 5th choice. So I hear you on the concern about the first choice being at 48%, but I think we can break this down a little further, Dominic, and show that African-American students getting their first or second choice, because that's really a critical piece of the conversation.
Right. Yeah, doing rough numbers, doing rough numbers, the differential between the Afro-American kid getting his first choice is 48%. It looks like the residual group is like 63%. So that's a difference of 15% to me. So we can talk about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, we're also talking about the percentage is one thing, the number of students I think is another thing to take into consideration. When we're talking about our Black students, we're talking about 5,000 students compared to our white students, 1,300 students. And then if I can go back to the map, we know that our South Baltimore corridor has a large white population. Again, the schools those families often select are Digital and Ben Franklin. So I think that would also impact that first choice and who's getting that first choice as well.
Without big entrance criteria schools.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So just kind of giving context to the numbers versus the percentage.
But we can certainly have another conversation, Commissioner Reed, if you'd like to do so. Dominic, I'd probably be more than happy to do so.
Please, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Slater Harrington. Commissioner Slater Harrington first, and then we can come back to you.
Hello. Thank you. I know this work is not easy, so I want to recognize that. I do have one. I'm just going to need some personal technical assistance, as I have a rising 8th grader next week. And I know that this will be a surprise to her and her classmates. So I realize that my technical assistance questions can be handled offline, but my real questions, and this might be both one of you, or I see Dr. Jones behind you. I just want to confirm the likelihood that the scenario you brought up, Chief Hike Hubbard, that a student at 580 who wants to go to poly, the likelihood in those their 8th grade first quarter grades, could they reach that composite score, that
Never.
Even that lower band?
Never.
No, so
there's no way you could come back from a 580 in 1/4 of a year.
Okay.
Because the 580 is going to give your MCAP test scores. It's going to give all of 7th grade. So 1/4 of 8th grade, which is weighted differently also. I'll make sure everyone understands this. It's only what percentage of the composite score?
So the grade piece is 75%. That quarter one though is 20%. compared to the final grades being 80% of that final grade average.
Okay, so for students who did not know this and who may have had challenges in their 7th grade year, but really want to get a fighting chance, they should access the appeals process. Okay. That was my first question. My second question is, I love two things that you've done with this presentation is disaggregate the data. I think that that's important. I think several commissioners are going to want to dig deeper into that. But the other thing that I love is to hear that you have a consultant who's working through this, because this is could be saturated with equity issues. And so I'm wondering why this decision now versus waiting until that work has been completed and then coming out with a comprehensive process that answers all of those. Is there a reason other than timeline, or is that such a intense challenge that you have to do something now?
We had a significant number of complaints this year from families and students about the delay in getting the information. We've been trying for years to speed it up. And honestly, just to give folks reality, if we kept this year, the way it was this year, right? We cannot even calculate composite scores until the end of the first quarter, which is the beginning of November, which means that's why students don't get their composite scores until the beginning of December. They have until the end, for equity purposes, to the end of January to get time to get to families to get those things in, right? Once you get them in at the end of January, you have the month of February to process them, and then we get the information out, because again, it's over 5,000 students, comes out the beginning of March. By doing this, we're literally able to change it by 1 month. And if we had done the calculation and we had learned that half of the students, a quarter of the students, a significant number of students would have been impacted by this, we wouldn't have made the change right now. We would have waited. Because it was about 100 students. I'm giving you an approximate, it's about 100 students. We could handle 100, Dominic could handle 100 students' appeals by himself directly, right? Versus waiting a long time. Now, the second phase of this, when we're really doing the work, I don't think our choice formula is going to look really similar to this right now. It's going to actually be a much bigger change. And so that's really the reason why I'm doing this now, is to give the families access and to respond to family concerns about the delay and how long it's taken. So you want to
And I do want to just kind of take, let's be clear to cut to the chase. Like, I charge Tina with doing this. It's not like, I said, Tina.
I wasn't going to say that.
Yes, but I will, which is why I was waiting for you to do your polite version. And I was like, I'm not going to sit there and have you take it when, like, I'm going to own it. She's absolutely right. It has been the bane of my existence for years, because it just puts us so much further behind. There are families who are literally waiting. I mean, I'm a CEO, but I'm a mom too. I lived through this. And, I got people calling me and I'm like, I can't do anything. I hope you guys are very happy, by the way, that I say I can't do anything. And
yes, we are.
Yes, see, I'm very well behaved. But I will tell you, Tina is right. We ran the numbers. I asked them to run the numbers. And she knew. We had conversations. We said, if it comes back and it has significant impact, then oh well, right? Because if it were even 30%, if it were even a third of the students, it would have been like, well, tough luck. We'll have to continue to take the griping. We'll have to continue to be like under the wire. But I do think, in a lot of ways, and Tina did a very good job just kind of cutting to the chase. We think it makes students and families feel better to think that you're going to go from a 560, right, up 150 points with 1 quarter. It feels like it should make a difference. It feels better, right? And I'm sure you could talk to middle school or 8th grade teachers who would tell you, thank you. It helps them keep focused and the pressure on for half of the year, right? I mean, as a former middle school teacher, and I salute all the 8th grade teachers in the district. I don't know how they deal with the stress of 8th graders, but the brass tacks of this whole thing is that the numbers didn't bear it out. And so there is a thought that I can pull myself up with 1 year or 1 quarter, but you can't. And so it's part of why the emphasis on the advising and on the guidance and letting parents know that 7th grade matters. And to be set for 7th grade, 6th grade matters. And it is a lot harder. And it is true that like if you fall off, yeah, and it's, it's high stakes and it's hard, but it was, I asked her, I said, can you, like, how many kids does it impact? And for the percentage of students that it does, I don't think it's worth holding the entire system, right, longer than we have to when numerically the grades don't have an impact. And I do want to kind of commend the team with, making sure they put in an appeals process, right? So on a case that, because for those 100 kids, it might matter. And there's still 100 individual families and individual students. And I think to the credit of the team, they built in that escape valve. But part of what we're wrestling with is that what I would call the fundamental equity question. The fundamental equity question is, how do we get more kids prepared? And how do we have kind of more high schools that kids want to go to? I mean, so let me just name what's in the room. That's the heart of it. The heart is not, how do we jimmy the system, right, to try to get more kids in? Because I can tell you from personal experience, I mean, not to put anybody in whatever, but I know kids who got into city, thought it was end all to be all to be in city. And to the earlier question we had about impact, they go up to city and they don't graduate, or they barely pass, or we're dragging them over the line. So that's why I'm saying the fundamental question is actually where we started at the beginning of the night, which is, how are we moving student achievement across the board? It's what Principal Reeves did at Dunbar. And when you dig in and you see, like, who are the high schools that are really taking that lift? And what Principal Verde said is that, like, we're getting more kids, K through 8, that come to us in a better position to actually be able to move them. So I know that all of the equity challenges that are embedded in this, and I have gone through the 8th grade stress, and I didn't think it was real until I had to live through it, and it is absolutely real. But I can't let us lose sight that there was a time in the city where we didn't have honors classes, and we actually had less. As the person who was the CAO and somebody who has specialized and researched high achieving African American students, I just want to let everybody know, we had less African American kids qualifying at upper echelon for AP classes, AP Calc, and all the rest of them when we got rid of those. We didn't have honors classes. So the mere removal of these criteria, the mere removal of it, doesn't then turn the light switch on and suddenly make everybody ready. So I just had to kind of say it because I feel like it's the elephant in the room, but that's why Tina was very straightforward in saying, no, you're not going to change a year's worth of performance at a 500 level and get it to a 7. It's just not going to happen.
So part of the reason I asked that, because composite scores are a real conversation. So I understand and I get that, but the public doesn't get that. Yeah. And so I wanted that out in the atmosphere so people understand that removing that quarter was not going to make a demonstrative change. And so I think that that is important as you go out and do your community engagement or your communications. And I know that constituents where my child goes to school are really going to be like, what happened, right? And so I just think that it makes sense. And we should describe this as a bridge year, understanding that this is not going to repair or fix the systemic things that might be related to this, right? But this is a bridge year. We're moving closer to the goal, and that we hear them because this will be a surprise to people, and we're not anticipating that. And so I trust you and I trust your judgment around communication, but I think that narrative needs to be out there because people think that that one quarter is going to make a difference.
And I appreciate that. And I think, Dominic, we should add some scenarios, right? An example of the 580 question in the communication so folks can see how it bears out. Who it's going to impact is a kid who's sitting at a 760 and wants to get to the 770. Like literally that's what's going to impact, or the kid. So what we can, because Mervo and other schools are not in there, it really is that 750 level that we're talking about in terms of the impact. So, but I think we could run a couple scenarios in the communication as well as forecast that bigger changes are coming. And we're going to be seeking their input for engagement later in the fall or in the winter months. Thank you for that.
Are there any additional? Okay, so Commissioner Kenyatta Bay, Commissioner Coy, yes, Commissioner Coy and then Commissioner Eblagi. We have 3 additional presentations too, so just be mindful of that as we're going through.
I'll send over. Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Bay.
First of all, thank you, Madam CEO. You actually mirrored what my next questions would be, and that is, yes, there's an obvious discrepancy, and if we can't just throw it on advisement, because the question becomes, well, why is advisement so uneven? You know, and so it's funny that Commissioner Reed went straight to the same slide because of the initial impact of well, you know, they're making bad choices and they're not being advised properly. And I know the numbers play a role. Now you're shaking.
That's not what we meant. I just meant that advisement is important, but I'm saying that students that approximately 70% of kids got their first or second choice. That was the point I was really making, is that that number shows just the first choice. And what I'm offering is first and second choice could matter tremendously, right? Okay. So, but I was just emphasizing the importance of good advisement to our students. I'm not saying that 52% of these kids got bad advisement. That's not what I'm saying at all. And sometimes they get advisement and parents are like, I don't care. I'm putting down the school that I want you to go to, even if they can't have access to that school. That's just a reality.
But the number just shows an inequity somewhere. It may not be there.
Yes.
But there is a real inequity there. And we have to dig that out of the ground somewhere along the line. We have to dig that out. Why is there an inequity there? And
I, just to be frank, as Dr. has talked about, it's rooted in our academic programs in our schools, right? That our white students have at certain schools have different access to rigorous programming that some of our African American students do not. Right? That's just a reality that we have to contend with as we work towards the access to honors program, the access to advanced academics. That is a reality. And it's about how parents also navigate the system for elementary school even, and where you live in the city actually matters. And we're working towards that as a district to make sure that our programming across the district has more rigor and support for our kids to advance and be successful academically.
This is a further discussion offline.
Yeah.
Also, 1 or 2 questions offline as a follow-up, but one question for here is on slides 24 and 22, it references unplaced and says 22% this year were unplaced. It was last year, I guess, for this year. Could you just help me understand what that means or what the implications of being unplaced is?
Sure. So unplaced means that a student participated in the process and didn't receive a placement. Oftentimes that it's the case that families will only select, and to Chief Highcover's point, if you don't have that competitive score, you would wind up on that unplaced list. So, and then also you have some of our more popular traditional schools that simply just have more applicants than seats available. That might also result in a student not receiving placement. So those are the 2 things that would cause a student to wind up not participating but not receiving a placement in this first round, which is why we have the second round as well as our summer transfer and enrollment window for families to get a placement that they're comfortable with.
Can you clarify, Dominic, unplaced also is that they did participate in the choice process, but were not placed versus they didn't participate at all?
Right. So that's what this is in reference to. That first slide is the overall participation rate. But for those that participated, this is, kind of where they landed in terms of receiving their choice.
And so if you are unplaced, then there's those second entire process to go through to then get a placement. But this is just referencing that there was not a placement arrived at.
And then the summer transfer window is opening for over a month and a half for families to come in. If they got a placement they didn't like, or they were unplaced, they can come in and inquire about a transfer during our summer transfer window.
Because if they are unplaced, I mean, there's not any students that at the end of this don't have a placement. It's not their choice placement, right? Is that
correct? So yes, by June, we do assign all of our transitioning students, 5th graders going to 6th grade, 8th graders going to 9th grade, to a school if they did not receive a choice or charter placement.
I am very happy to also have a longer conversation about this out of this meeting, but was just wondering if we have a sense of broader and imminent changes to the choice process, whether or not that will require changes to our board policies, because I don't recall seeing it on the calendar, and I would love to be a part of that process, but also could be ahead of my time.
Our choice process is not outlined in board policy, so it would not. So we definitely can bring it forward for board discussion, but it's not outlined directly in board policy. Access is, and enrollment policies, that kind of thing, zone enrollment, those, but the actual choice number. So when we edit this each year, for example, when we didn't have MCAP scores, we didn't have to come and get a policy waiver in order to do that because it's not actually written in stone in policy.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reed, I see your hand. Is that an old hand or do you have a new question?
Old hand, sorry. Old hand, old hand. Thank you.
There was no pun intended. But thank you. Thank you to the team here for the presentation and for your work. We're going to move on to item 9.03, information and discussion around end of year stakeholder survey results. I'm going to ask commissioners to hold their questions and comments until the end. I'm also going to limit questions to one per commissioner to give equitable access to questioning. And should there just be one question then for each commissioner, and then we'll just keep rotating from that one question. Does everyone understand that?
So
Or to ask for clarity.
Good evening again.
Good evening again.
Tina Highcover, Chief of Communications, Engagement, and Enrollment, and I'm joined by my friend right here. Go ahead.
Teresa Jones, Chief Achievement and Accountability Officer.
Hi, Chief Jones.
And Chief Jones and I, one of the other hats that I get to wear at City Schools is we co-chair our stakeholder engagement work group, where we have since the beginning of the pandemic. We've come to you several times. I think you remember last year I did this presentation by myself. It was about, 90 slides I did by myself. And I'm lucky to have my colleague here, Chief Jones, to help me present this information tonight. So I'm going to jump right into it. I'm going to give the intro. I'm going to cover a couple of our stakeholder groups, and then Chief Jones will cover a couple, and then I'll close us out. And I need my glasses because the print on this one's really small. So is Mark sharing the slide? Waiting for the slides to come up.
I'm back up. They were there.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. All right. So go to the next slide, Mark. Thank you. Perfect. So the stakeholder feedback work that we've done, we are collecting feedback from a multitude of stakeholder groups. We will go through them each tonight. They align with the strategic board priorities, specifically around collecting feedback and information for our families and our students and our staff, et cetera, that we actually utilize in making true decisions for city schools. How we're using the feedback, we are supporting ongoing adjustments to our policies. We're informing alignment with funding, right? I'm sorry.
Mark the next slide.
Oh, Mark, next slide, please. Thank you. Supporting alignment of our funding priorities through ESSER or Title I or whatever, making sure that we are aligning the feedback to our funding, looking at our current practices and things we can make to improve, and then supporting new ideas or expansions of initial approaches. So here's an overview just quickly. Thank you, Mark, for paging the slide. The number of people we were actually able to recruit for our surveys. For families, our goal was 15,000. You can see here our actual was 10,000. 71% of our goal was reached, but in school year 21-22, we only had 8,657 families. So we actually increased by approximately 2,000 families. And you can go on down the list: school-based educators, district office staff, school-based leaders, and students. We're going to dive into each one of these in their respective sections, so I'm not going to go through them in detail at this time. So I'm pleased. Now we can go to the next slide, Mark, on the family portion of the survey. And my team implemented this survey, and so I would happy to sort of give this information. We do it annually. If you remember correctly, from historically, we had our surveys beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year. And then last year we did beginning of the year and end of the year. Now we're just at end of the year because our families told us you're surveying us too much. Our staff told us we're surveying us too much. So all of these surveys have been moving to just an end of the year window. The window was open April 11th to June 9th. We used the Panorama company to help us do the survey with online response and verification by Teresa's team. I just told you about our goal. The topics were around satisfaction, family engagement, school climate, etc. And I'll go to the next slide, please. Of the respondent characteristics for the family slide, as you can see here, we broke it down by race and language representation. 7,348 of the survey participants were African American, and you can see on down the list, 1,700 approximately were Latino or Hispanic, 1,158 were white, and on down. Of the respondents by language, approximately 9,600 were English, but almost close to 1,000 were Spanish language. And there was some intentionality about how we made sure we reached out to our families who did not have English as their first language to have access to survey participation. We feel like the representation around the language is good. And also we have a fairly representative population of who we serve in this survey characteristics. Again, you can see on the next slide, thank you, the different groups of the oldest, the IEP and English Learner Services, again, making sure that we are thoughtful about how many families we are actually engaging and who our families are so that we're not missing out on key populations of our families. Next slide, please. This year, the schools did an amazing job of reaching out to families to ask them to take the survey. As a result, we increased our rate by almost 2,000 responses. Schools promoted the survey to families, including sharing information through email, social media, messaging apps. District provided a resource site with translated materials and Twitter and Instagram posts to make sure the information was shared clearly. District promoted the survey through robocalls and robotext, as well as highlighting on our website and social media pages. And our best practice in survey promotion include videos in English and Spanish, reviewing survey questions, and also having family leaders encourage others to take the survey. Like we had at Wildwood, we actually had school-based family leaders who were encouraging other families and challenging them to take the survey. And go to the next slide, please. So key findings. What are we doing well according to families? My favorite bullet point of this slide is that the overall satisfaction of our families is at 82%. It continues to go up every year as we survey them. But what's beautiful about this is 6 out of 6 areas we improved with families overall in the performance that they felt our district was doing with them. 70% of families at their school asked them questions about their child's learning needs. And again, 83% of families at their child's school gave them ways to support their child academic success at home. So I'm very pleased about the progress of those findings. Where can we grow? In the next slide, we've identified some areas of improvement. This year, Food and Nutrition Team requests that we include a question about school meals. Nearly half of the respondents were extremely or somewhat satisfied with meals served by child's school, but there is room for improvement. And to help with that, the Food Nutrition Team also has included open-ended questions. Is there anything we can do to make your student more likely to eat the meals served by school? Initial look at responses include recommendations around surveying students about their likes and recommendations for different menu options. The Food Nutrition Team is reviewing the data and will use the information to inform their meal planning this school year. Home language is another area where we see opportunities for improvement. Please note this chart excludes families whose preferred language is English. It only shows responses for families who speak a different language. While almost 2/3 of the respondents say their school communities communicate, with them their preferred language always or most of the time, 21% of our families said the school never shared information with them in their preferred language. We are in process of looking at that data by language and by school, and my family engagement team will be able to offer additional resources to those schools where those families indicated that they were not communicated with in their home language. Next slide, please. So open-ended responses, you can see them here. We are in the process of reviewing more than 3,000 open-ended responses we received. Example, what other resources will help you and your child be successful next year? A lot of families wrote in after-school programs, which is also an option in the multiple choice version of the question. So you can see here financial literacy. There was one in Spanish, overview of the end of the year expectations for each grade. Our next steps with family survey, share the results and examples of how to use the information with school-based teams. As part of our Panorama contract, we actually can have consultation on this data with individual school teams and principals so they can utilize their individual school data to make real-time changes and supports for their families. Offer sessions to our community school coordinators on incorporating survey results in their needs assessments that they do annually, which is going through October and September. Offer training to school teams on the results of the family survey. Convene family work groups to get feedback on the process, and implement a quarterly pulse check to engage family satisfaction. The CEO has charged us about, we did our POSIT polls, and we used them for the school calendar, for the budget, for those items. We're actually this school year going to implement just a text platform question of every quarter, be 3 quarters, and then the end last quarter will be this survey again, just to gauge family satisfaction. So in real time, if we have to address concerns at a school, we're able to do that because the texting platform will give us that information rather quickly. We've been able to produce upwards of 10,000 responses in a couple of days using that texting platform with just 2 simple questions. Okay, I'm going to move on to the students. Thank you, Mark, for the next slide. So the reality is the Maryland Student School Survey results have not been released yet, but they'll be available this fall. Our students did participate in an EOY Maryland School Survey. Historically, we actually did create our own survey and made the decision this year because Maryland was reinstituting their survey process for our students that we would use the Maryland survey rather than duplicating effort and having students take surveys twice. That is why, though, we don't have the results back from our student survey. We did complete a school student police report card that you had a presentation on a few board meetings ago. And we did do a 5 essential surveys pilot with certain schools. So we're waiting for that data as well. What's expected? We're going to make sure that we are more representative and have higher response rates for our students and have more usable based authentic results, no duplicated student responses. We're going to do topic level benchmarking to allow prioritization of decisions. And we're already using the Maryland report card for school accountability. It was administered February 21st through April 18th. The participation rate was 71%. I need to just give a huge shout out to my own team, the school's office, ASCBC, student government associations, etc., for the number of students that we have gotten to be able to take this survey. It has grown tremendously over time, and we're very proud of that participation rate. So I just had to shout them out. I mean, the school's office literally disaggregated the data. We worked with them on the number of schools that had 0 responses, 10 responses, and they went and targeted the response rate to make sure we increase the students. So very excited. We'll bring back the results later. Last part of this presentation, some of the the five essential survey measures: ambitious instruction, effective leaders, collaborative teachers, involved families, and supportive environment. Some of the key findings in our 5 essential survey: that schools received an overall performance of well organized, mildly organized, or partially organized. And the overall results for 13 schools who took the SE, you can see them there. 15% organized, 23, 23, and 39. We'll have more on this as we think about how we implement the 5E essential survey at multiple more schools across the district. But right now we're talking about 13 schools. So the next steps is district-wide implementation of the 5 essentials. Share the MSTE end of the year student survey results with students, making sure that the students get the information directly, as well as our schools, so they can understand how to use that survey data when it is available to actually better serve their students and at their respective schools. And now I will turn it over to Chief Jones to talk about school-based educators.
Thank you so much, Chief Huck Hubbard. So for this next section, we're going to take a look at feedback from school-based staff via 3 surveys. The first one is our school-based educators. So first, to give a background on the administration, you can see the window here. While the participation goal was 2,500, actual responses were closer to a little more than 1,300, which is pretty similar where we were in end of year 2020-21. One of the key strategies we've employed, and you'll hear more about this, is to actually ask educators to complete this during their systemic professional development. So as a way to make sure that it is readily available and they have access to resources to complete the survey. When it comes to the topics, you'll see those listed here. We're continuing to use this survey to get input and feedback around the work that's related to our R3 plan, so Reconnect, Restore, Reimagine. So you will see some references here to R3 and how that's being implemented. Next slide, please. So as it relates to our communication strategy, referencing the Systemic Professional Development Day that was done on April 21st. Of course, we leave it open shortly after that to be able to capture additional responses beyond that particular day. And then, of course, we use a multitude of communication tools and resources to get the word out. And that includes the Chief of Schools, all staff emails, Inside Scoop, so on and so forth, as this is administered through our K-12 Insight platform. Next slide, please. When it comes to respondent characteristics, we have a few different breakdowns here. So this first slide on the left lets you kind of see who are the types of roles, types of positions, if you will, voices represented in this data collection. So 91% of those voices come from what we consider to be our instructional staff, with the balance of the 9%. You'll see examples of the roles listed on the slide. And then over to the right, you'll see more of a breakdown in terms of the roles. So of course, the vast majority of the respondents would be considered traditional teachers, but we do have pretty good representation across a few other roles as well. Next slide, please. Also, taking a look at characteristics here, we took a look at the tenure of the individual as well as the grade level that they're supporting, and you'll see pretty good diversity there in terms of tenure. However, most of the voices represented have more experience, so the largest piece of the pie is that more than 10-year slice. And then over to the right, when it comes to grade levels, you'll also see we have pretty good representation there when it comes to the grade bands that are taught, and we have a smaller percentage for those that are essentially teaching all grades. Next slide, please. And last but not least, on respondent characteristics, when it comes to breakdowns by race, ethnicity, you'll also see the bars there showing the representation of our respondents, the majority of whom identified as Black or African American, followed by white. Next slide, please. So highlights, what is going well? So this slide actually gives responses to 3 different questions, all to speak to how well staff feel supported, either by their school team, their school leadership, or by district leadership. And noting that we tend to see pretty strong responses across the board. As we're looking at these bars, our favorability shows that the agree and strongly agree, which are the 2 bars to the right, sort of that magenta-ish and then that yellowish orangish bars. You'll see those are the highest bars across all 3 sets of responses. Next slide, please. A different view of data here, looking at the question around what is your experience with professional development? And so again, we're taking a look primarily at those 2 colors I named before for the agree, strongly agree. You'll see a variety of areas that are represented here, getting into things around improvement and understanding of content area, the opportunity to go deep into learning, opportunities for differentiated learning, all the things that we were in part responding to based on responses from last year when it comes to the professional development experiences. Next slide, please. We also have some open-ended responses. We just identified a few here to highlight some of the emerging themes. And so a couple of things I just want to sort of acknowledge within these. So over to the left, the comments around support. One of the things that we did here is just the acknowledgement around the roles of literacy coaches for those teachers that had that as a resource, that was one of the supports that were being called out. One of the things I really appreciated is that bottom comment there. My team really gelled. We were on the same page and all children were our children. So really some encouraging comments were starting to come through in these survey responses. So we wanted to make sure we lifted those up as we are sharing today. Similarly, on the right side with the professional development, we're actually, getting shout outs for Beyond Math and ELA when it comes to teachers that are feeling supported. So a highlight here in terms of work with social studies. So that was good to see. And then also on the right side, the acknowledgement that professional development doesn't just happen on Systemic PD Day. There's a really important role when it comes to school-based sessions and what happens in school on the ground as colleagues are collaborating and supporting one another. Next slide, please. So also culture and climate, a really key and important area for us to keep our finger on the pulse of. Here, what we noted is that focus on classroom culture and climate is supporting relationship building. And I know you will recall that certainly as we were coming back in person to schools, we've really put emphasis around relationship building. How do we restore, strong, positive cultures and climates in our schools. And we've continued to see strides in how well that is showing up in those relationships. And you'll see that theme represented across a few different stakeholder groups. So in this slide, when it comes to culture and climate, we're highlighting, again, this is educators sort of speaking to the things that they're doing. I want to highlight sort of that second bullet on the left. 94% of our educators saying that they intentionally incorporated opportunities to build relationships in class. So again, not to say that people didn't know that this was part of what we wanted them to do, but the fact that they were actually doing it intentionally is something that we wanted to highlight. And then, of course, as you can look at the bars to the right, you'll see their responses to questions around their ability to establish a positive culture and climate in their classroom and in their space with their students, and that they were able to build relationships with their students at this point in the year. Next slide, please. When it comes to focus areas, hearing from our teachers that they're feeling more confident in their ability to deliver on small group instruction and personalized learning was also an encouraging set of findings from the survey. Those two key strategies were lifted up as a part of our R3 work. And so you'll see that noted on the left as it relates to creating effective small groups as one of the ways to support personalized learning, and then their confidence on the right in small group instruction time and building that into the lessons. So again, really leveraging the best practices we've been discussing and to continue to see those being implemented as self-reported by our school-based educators. Next slide. So looking at student learning plans. So let's just, name it. This has been an area that we've continued to work towards improving, both in terms of the process as well as the impact. And so we did want to acknowledge that there were some meaningful improvements that were noted as it relates to the process. And so those bars help us understand that, our school-based staff are saying that they feel like, they have more time. So, a larger percentage of them are saying they have ample time. I will note, though, that if you look at the disagree and strongly disagree, there's still some opportunity reflected there because we have 30% of them saying that they did not have ample time. So continue to keep an eye on how our educators have the ability to do the things we're asking them to do is certainly a focus area. Also just acknowledging some of the more technical changes, in terms of the template, the types of changes that were made, those being acknowledged as being more helpful. And then also just seeing, the percentages of respondents around the purpose of the student learning plan. And I'll say that is another area that continues to evolve because there's been this question, is it really for the teacher? Is it really for the family? Is it for the student? The reality is it can benefit, serve purpose for all of those audiences, but in different ways. And so just strategically honing in on how these can really be leveraged positively. And that is part of what you see on the right side. So looking at what were some of the things that they were experiencing around the SLPs, acknowledging that it can be a useful student profile that's informed by data. It's a tool that helps them build relationships as they better understand and get to know their students. And it also helps them in their communication with families when it comes to students really owning their learning. And so when it comes to goal setting and follow through of the course of the school year. Next slide, please. Having said that there were some process improvements that have been acknowledged, we also recognize that there's still opportunity, particularly around the usefulness. And so just wanting to acknowledge that there were some responses here that we really sort of took to heart around what are the things we can do to better improve the usefulness or make those improvements. So you'll see things that get to earlier access, the pre-population of the data. Some of those things are a little bit more technical in nature. Also, just to be able to streamline and try to reduce redundancies across a variety of other plans that are in place, depending on the student's characteristics. And then I just want to acknowledge, like, the reality is there were some voices that said, like, we should discontinue this. And some of that in part is coming from the fact that there have been other educators that even prior to the introduction of student learning plans had devised sort of their own way of doing this, and perhaps did not see the full value of having a district-wide process with a set of certain expectations as the way to do the things that we were intending through the student learning planning process. So again, full transparency, not everybody was excited and experienced the usefulness of it, but we are seeing continued value represented in the voices that responded to the survey. Next slide, please. So when we take a look at some of the other open-ended responses, so again, just a few highlights here. So getting at, you know, how relationships are being developed and their ability to communicate school policies and procedures. Also looking at student growth, looking at how the instructional practices are benefiting from deepened capacity as it relates to some of the personalized learning that we've described. And then also sort of speaking to some of the promise of the student learning plan. So to the right, really just acknowledging that it can help with setting clear learning objectives, making sure students are aware of the expectations and encouraging them to take more initiative for their own learning. Next slide, please. So when it comes to next steps, so of course, you know, high quality professional learning experiences are continued as a focus area for our district. Also, the importance of relationships can never be overemphasized. So making sure that we're supporting staff around that and what that looks like for staff and their leadership. When it comes to continuous improvement, there were some nuggets in the responses that sort of speaks to the ability to use our continuous improvement practices, unpacking their data, the use of data cycles, so on and so forth. When it comes to the student learning plans, again, we will continue to keep an eye on implementation. How can we address both the technical and more adaptive aspects of how that is being experienced? And then especially when it comes to how we're leveraging those with families and how we can continue to build connections with families as one of the other ways to enhance the culture and climate of our schools. And then, of course, when it comes to participation, acknowledging while we didn't reach our goal, there have been a number of lessons learned that we think we can apply to increase participation in the upcoming year. Next slide, please. So that was school-based group number 1, our school-based educators, and now we'll take a look at responses from school leaders. Next slide, please. So when it comes to administration, this group had a little bit of a shorter window, and it fell in the summer, partly because we've had school leaders involved in so many other activities. And so some of that was reflected in the lower response rate than what we were hoping for. Having said that, we do want to lift up the voices that did take the time to respond across the topic areas you see noted here, which include quality instruction, career growth and training, our R3 body of work, as well as partnerships and volunteer teams, and some items around health and safety. We also had comments that have to do with their working experience, wellness, and district office support, which is kind of a new thing that we're also going to share information about today as well. Next slide. Communication strategy. So again, using multiple ways of getting the word out. So you'll see references there in terms of Chief Davis's daily updates, the use of our network-based staff engaging through CLN meetings. We also have school staff meetings where we were emphasizing and encouraging participation, and then leveraging our network managers also to be able to get more voices reflected in the results. Next slide. So this area is somewhat new, so I want to take an extra minute to sort of explain what this is, and there's data displayed here in multiple ways. So this question was really sort of getting at how well are district office staff truly supporting schools. And one of the things that we've heard from a variety of different sources is that it can be uneven. And so one of the first attempts to understand that better was through this particular survey. And so there were a select group of departments or offices that were represented. Those are the ones that you see noted here. And how we've summarized the data here gives you a sense around what percentage of our respondents really felt like they were getting the full support that they needed from a said office. And so that scale takes you up to a 5. So if they were getting absolute full support, it would be at a 5.0. No one's quite there yet, but we do have some really solid responses from the offices that are noted towards the top. So our IT, human capital, schools office, transportation, finance, so on and so forth. Having said that, we also recognize that there were some respondents that said, I didn't need contact, I didn't need support. So we thought for transparency's sake, we would include that information as well, because the responses that you're seeing are really those that actually did feel like they needed support, but just the fact that not all offices, you know, have that same level of demand is just something we should be mindful of. And then when it comes to favorability, looking at, you know, on that scale, you know, what percentage actually gave a score that was a 3 or better score. And so the higher percentages are better. And so you'll definitely see a correlation between those numbers and the bars on the left. The key thing here, though, that I want to highlight is that based on this and other findings that we've had, just feedback across a variety of sources, we are doing some work around other methods of feedback gathering for this upcoming year that will allow us not only to just sort of pulse check, but also to be able to gain data that might be more actionable for the offices themselves to provide a higher quality of service. Next slide, please. The next slide gets to the question around school climate. So there are several different areas here that we were getting responses in terms of their agree or strongly agree statements related to these aspects of school climate. Couple of things really just pop out here. So once again, thinking about the relationships, so student-teacher relationships. So again, we're sort of seeing the theme reflected in school leaders and how they're seeing that play out in schools. You also see that there are a number of items related to decision-making and how different stakeholders are engaged in that. So that is encouraging, with parents and guardians sort of being at the top of the list, students and staff a little bit lower, but still above 50%. And then you'll see there are some things that, you know, not as strong on, but around the collaborative school culture, open discussions about difficulties, and then interestingly, this point around sharing success. So just noting that, you know, that is something that we all want to be able to do. And so being mindful around how that helps keeps folks motivated, encouraged in times of challenge, is also something that we want to be mindful of. Next slide, please. Also looking at statements that have to do with job satisfaction. Interestingly here, we do have, you know, a variety of responses ranging from 24 to 59%. One of the things to note here is that, you know, we have a number of things towards the top that gets to overall satisfaction with the job, performance, individual performance in that particular school. The advantages of the profession outweighing the disadvantages, when the lowest rated item was, I think that educators are valued in society. So I think that's an interesting juxtaposition just to make note of. Next slide, please. I'm going to take a minute to sort of unpack this, because this is one of the slides that actually does a side-by-side comparison between 21-22 and 22-23. One of the other things that came to light last year in particular was this question around how are school leaders spending their time? And are they focused on the things that really are high leverage activities that drive student success? And so one of the themes that sort of bubbled up is they felt as though they were spending more time than they should be on administrative tasks and things that were taking them away from being able to support classroom instruction and really be there to develop the capacity of their staff and even engaging with families to support student success. And so one of the things that we did this year is we asked similar questions, but we actually expanded the scale, which gives us a little bit, a little more fine-tuned approach to sort of understanding and teasing out some of the differences. So what I'm going to draw your attention to here is sort of that reddish pinkish bar, and just noting that in general, those bars are shorter in 22-23 than they were in 21-22. That bar represents the response of it's the right amount of time. So we want to keep our eye on either end of the spectrum of, are you spending too little time on a task, or are you spending too much time, and to what degree? And so those are some of the areas that we will continue to keep an eye on. And you will see some things that are bubbling up that speaks to the things I've named. So parent or guardian interactions, that bar was a lot longer last time than what we're seeing this time. So again, some things for our schools team to sort of unpack, and we're going to encourage them to do that to the extent they can do that sort of wholesale, because we don't disaggregate these results by school for obvious reasons. Next slide, please. The other thing that we introduced this year was also a question that had to do with some other job-related tasks. And this data is displayed a little differently. So it's still taking a look at, is it the right amount of time? But it's looking at it relative to that central line, which says, yep, it's the right amount of time. So it just gives you a different way to look at where folks think that they may be spending too much time. So interestingly, the things that sort of bubbled up have to do with things around classroom discipline problems, safety concerns, and even from an administrative perspective, checking for mistakes and errors in school administrative procedures. So the first two, I think in particular, are interesting, just relative to the things that we know that have been some challenges over the last year, and we have to keep an eye on. The areas that they're saying they're not spending enough time on have to do with the collaboration, support for their teachers, so on and so forth, which is related to what we saw in the prior slide. Next slide. We also asked an open-ended question here to sort of understand like what other kinds of supports do you need? And so there were sort of two things that bubbled up. So one was around assistant principals and not necessarily feeling that they were getting sufficient support and that it was uneven depending on your tenure as an assistant principal. And then also support for our multilingual learners. So when we think about ESOL services and making sure that they are able to fully support the needs of students that are in that space. So next slide, when it comes to some of the open-ended responses, just a couple key things to highlight. This first one gets to what most affects your capacity for quality leadership. Key theme that sort of came up here is that the continued need for enhanced quality and support coming from central office. So some things around, lack of responsiveness that contributes to things not to jeopardizing the quality of their leadership and the administrative tasks. So again, things that we've heard before were also reflected in the open-ended responses. Next slide. And when it comes to professional growth, what kind of opportunities? So a couple of things bubbled up here. So one is, really giving credit to the kinds of activities that support curricular understanding. A shout out around mentorship is one of the ways that is beneficial. So having that reflected here. The supports around continuous improvement. So again, knowing that we are really doubling down on that, making sure we can support school leaders in how to implement those PDSA cycles, plan, do, study, act. And then also the supports around professional development. So again, acknowledging here, at least there was a perception that the only PD was for early career APs and that there could be more opportunities for seasoned APs to also have some support. AP meaning assistant principal. Next slide, please. And then last open-ended question has to do with, thinking about the students in your school, what challenges most affect your school's capacity? And these are the things that I sort of spoke to earlier. So some of it has to do with negative student behavior, the ability and their capacity to service our multilingual learners. And then there were some mentions that have to do with student motivation and parental support and how we can continue to leverage those things and help our kids our students own their own learning with the support of other adults. Next slide. All right, so to wrap us up on the school leaders, so certainly, sharing the trends around the survey questions with the departments who were included in this implementation, also sharing information with principals and surveying them as a consideration in a smaller setting with CLN meetings over the course of the year. With an eye towards the survey fatigue, of course. Also, making sure that we're sharing back to the principals themselves the results of the survey and how those are being implemented around, how we're responding to those, and then engagement opportunities so that we're not just relying on the end of year survey as a way to get feedback. All right, so I'm going to push this forward. Third, school-based survey support. School-based survey is around our support staff. Next slide, please. So here, this was our attempt to make sure that we are allowed for voices across all roles to be considered in the surveys that we were implementing. So you'll see a variety of roles represented there on the left, which includes cafeteria workers, hall monitors, we've got, office assistants, et cetera. Their window was about a month long between June and July. So the goal was 58%. We fell a little short of that at 40%. And you'll see the topic areas represented, which include wellness, staff retention, access to information, and current working experience. Next slide, please. On the communication front, so what we noted here is that, we did take on a number of different tacks to try to get responses here. So a QR code was distributed in a multitude of ways. And as a result of that, you'll see the breakdown here percentage-wise of the different roles that are represented in the data. Next slide, please. So a few highlights. So if you take a look at the dark bar is our work-life balance. You'll see that has improved versus last year. And similarly, the lighter bar is managing stress and anxiety, also showing improvement versus last year. So recognizing that in addition to just these overall responses, we noted that there were 45% of our respondents that actually participated in the wellness activities that were being provided, with 80% of them saying that those were positive experiences. Next slide. When it comes to current work experience, a couple things. So sort of similar theme around the supports. So 78% agreeing that manager supports for their overall success is helping them, even as they think about transferable skills in future roles. And then 91% feeling like they understand the priorities and responsibilities and that they're making positive progress toward their work goals. So that is another area we're keeping a close eye on as well. Next slide. When it comes to access to information, we also saw that we had 62%, which was pretty similar to what we had last year. So while we were calling that out as something we're doing well, there's still some opportunity within that as to the extent that we want to make sure that folks understand what's happening, that they have the information and are able to use it in ways that support them in their roles. Next slide. Some areas of growth. So there's a little bit of a mixed message in this slide when it comes to retention. So on the positive, if you take a look at the darker bar, again, that is the 22-23 number. At the bottom of the slide, there is a larger percentage of our staff in this group saying that they have not considered leaving their role. So to have a level of continuity is an important consideration. However, we still also note that we still have, folks that are saying that they have considered occasionally or often within the last 6 months. So it's really just keeping a finger on the pulse around how our staff are doing and to the extent that we can retain them and have them continue doing good work. Next slide. Bringing this home on school-based support staff. So of course, sharing the results with the respective stakeholder groups in the variety of spaces that they can really engage in the results. And then also when it comes to the implementation of this, thinking about next year, how do we continue to, come up with a timeline that really works for the majority of our 10-month staff members who tend to be the ones serving in these roles, and then also the survey distribution. So while the QR code helped, there may be some other more creative ways we can get more voices in the survey responses. So that was a lot. And now you get to hear back from Chief Hike Hubbard around district office staff.
I'm going to bring it home last but not least, our district office staff. So here you'll see that survey window was May 26th through June 30th. Our goal was 65%. Our actual response rate was actually 45%. The numbers have gone down over the years. We think that's due to the, we think we spiked in 2020 and 21 due to the COVID. We were doing it all virtual, so it was easier and folks had lots more to say. We have spent time during our district office staff meetings, completing the survey during that time. But the team has already begun to plan for next year to think about how we increase participation rates. But topic areas included wellness, working experience, telecommuting, access to information, staff retention, employee recognition and engagement, and our district office staff meetings. It was administered using the next slide, thank you, Mark, K-12 Insight platform with each district office employee receiving submission link. We included time in our last district office staff meeting for them to complete the survey on the spot. To boost participation, they were automatically entered to win a raffle or prize by our Be Well team just to make sure that they were participating in the survey. Next slide, please. Here's some key findings of what we're doing well, what we can improve on. So maintaining work-life balance helps reduce stress to prevent burnout in the workplace. Our dedication is to help employees manage stress and anxiety is reflected in the increase of satisfaction that employees have with time allotted to manage such issues. Our wellness activities have been positively received by our staff members, with close to 60% of respondents who participated in this year's wellness activities rating their experience as being positive. Next slide, please. On another key findings, 78% of our participants had a positive response to support provided by their manager or supervisor in building their skills. 51% did say they felt overextended sometimes or often with their workload or capacity. And we know that valuable lessons can be learned by these too, but this work can still be rigorous and intense for our staff. We really push our staff members to complete work plans for their manager so that each party has an idea of what is expected. And being supported by your manager while also feeling overextended can coexist with the volume of work that we have at different parts of the year. So we're going to dig into that for this coming school year. In addition, 63% of respondents who had telecommuting policy agreed that 93% of them felt that it was a favorable experience being able to telecommute. Next slide, please. Staff retention. 48% of our respondents stated that they had decided to leave or consider leaving their role occasionally or often in the last 6 months. That can increase from 11% of last year's end of the year survey. We are thinking through better ways to understand the why behind the significant percentage of employees who have occasionally or often thought about leaving city schools positions. Next slide, please. 45% participants were satisfied with the quality of information provided regarding emerging decisions, and 44% of participants understand how these decisions impact their role. Most information that was shared with central office employees were through our central office staff meetings or internal communications via email, and our goal was to highlight topics that are important to all levels of central staff members. Next slide. Key findings. What are we doing well? We can improve on again. 44% of respondents were satisfied with our current recognition and engagement activities, and 79% said they'd be very interested in Employee Perks Program. An Employee Perks Program is a way for current employees to take advantage of their employment with city schools via discounts and promotions with local businesses. On the next slide. 71% of our respondents had a favorable experience with our district office staff meeting. It's something we instituted as a partnership with communications team and the Human Capital Office to offer a consistent way of sharing information with district office staff employees, where we feature our CEO regularly and also take questions from different district office staff to give them answers to questions that they've had, and also have different staff members come and present to address certain questions. 500 participants provide us with direct feedback on how to improve our meetings through our surveys at each meeting and what they'd like to see continued. Next steps. We are sharing survey findings and themes with district office staff via our district office staff meeting, so they're going to get a whole breakdown of this at our next meeting. Conduct meetings with our senior leadership team to ensure major themes are represented on future surveys. Innovative ways to encourage engagement. Continue to compare all data to past EOI to gauge the shifts in perceptions and decide a timeline that best fits when staff members are most likely to engage. We're thinking about doing this in the middle of the year rather than the end of the school year. And I would think it's important. Can we go to the next slide, Mark? One more. That one. Yep. I want to just make sure that I acknowledge as I close out the presentation, we have a tremendous work group that is split up amongst multiple departments of the district. And you can see on the slide here, while Chief Jones and I lead this work, the supporting staff of Mark Kennedy, Anya Jones, Brittany Thompson, and Leah Boverine, Chris Wan, that whole OAA team has been fantastic, along with our stakeholder work group leads. You can see them here. I won't name every single one of them, although I should. They have been tremendous in working on the development of the surveys, this communication strategy, the outreach strategy, the looking at the data to see what the surveys are telling us, how to recruit and engage more people in the survey process. And so this is work that they are charged to do beyond their regular work day. They have other things to do besides survey work, and yet they meet with Teresa and I twice a month. They meet with their work group teams regularly to really implement the survey robustly and with intention, and especially around outreach. So I will close there. So that was a very long presentation, and I thank you for your patience in listening to this. But I just want to close by saying we really do use these numbers to make decisions at the district level. I don't want any person who takes any of these surveys to think this is a perfunctory exercise, but rather it really makes helps us make decisions about budget and implementation and strategies, and also improve our customer service to our staff, our families, and our students. And so I'll close out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Jones and Chief Hubbard. Are there any questions or clarifying thoughts from commissioners? Thinking.
I just appreciate the intentionality around performance management in the system, and just to underscore what you shared is that the numbers are really important, like to our entire community. So I appreciate the entire body of work that's here. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sally. I think Commissioner Slater Harrington was waiting in the wing. Thank you all. Thank you for the work. And Tina, thank you for highlighting the staff that supports this process too. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you both. We've grown so much in surveys over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I'm going to.
We're moving into readiness.
Be called your seat.
It's my seat.
Okay.
It's my seat tonight.
This is gonna be your seat.
Water.
Yes.
An IV.
An IV.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might take a water. I'm still Tina High Covered.
Yeah, you just stands out.
I'm gonna get a water from
You can't get your Peloton. It doesn't matter. You can select. Well, yeah. Let me see if I can do this. All right, good evening, everyone. John Davis, Chief of Schools. I am joined by a lot of colleagues, and that's because school readiness is a team game. And you can see my chief colleagues, executive director colleagues, and I also want to point out behind me is Sabree Barnes. She's the director of our school managers. And even though I have the opportunity to lead this, it is really Sabree that corrals all of the offices together in what is really called school readiness. So it is definitely a team game, and we're going to get right to it. All right. Again, when you're talking about school readiness, you're talking about a very broad scope of work. So I really think it hits on about all of them. To me, it's all in service of priority 1 around rigorous instruction, priority 5 around equal access, and then all in service of priority 6, the educational programming for all types and levels throughout the city. Yep, the agenda is long and we're going to hit it quick because there is so much that has gone on since March to get to this point. And when you really think about all the work that we've done, like I said, we started in March. It's about accountability to each other, accountability to our families, accountability to our schools, accountability to our students, but it's also communication across offices so that we are ready on day 1, which is 5 days away, because it might as well be Wednesday. Yep. All right, so here are the goals that we started off with in March: clean, safe, and furnished school buildings, fully staffed, transportation routes are ready, students have full schedules, and families have all the information they need and all the confidence to send their students, their children to school on day 1. And we are going to start with staffing and Chief Nielsen.
Thanks. So a few highlights. We have hired more new teachers ever than in city schools history. Last year was a record-breaking year with 681 new teachers hired by the first day of school. As of yesterday, we were at 820. I think we're at 827 today. We're going to continue hiring this week and next week and until we fill all of our staffing needs. This year, we haven't stopped hiring, which has meant we've had more people to process, but we think it's really important that we capture any of the great talent that we find, that school leaders find, that are willing to work with our students and fill the needs we have in schools. On the flip side, we've also, we are tracking the vacancies that we have. And as of the end of last week, we have 177 vacant teacher positions that will need to be covered by substitutes. So this is not the total number of substitutes that we'll need. We, of course, will need substitutes for any teachers who are on like an FML, a medical leave of absence. We have expanded our international teacher recruitment this year, and although many of our new international teachers have already arrived, we did have some visa issues this summer, and some of them are still arriving, and so there will be subs in their places. But otherwise, these are the 177 vacancies that we have that will need to be covered by subs. It breaks down to 72.5 elementary positions, including pre-K, 55 secondary positions, and 49.5 special education positions across all levels. We're working hard to make sure that every school has a plan for coverage so that students have classes that are taught by the adults that they need while we continue to fill these vacancies with new hires.
And we'll pass the mic to Maintenance, Operations, and Transportation.
Good evening. I'm Monique Frumo, the Executive Director of Operations. So I'll go through this pretty quickly. Our stats are as of August 11th, but we do have fresh stats. So for our scheduled building maintenance and pest management, 100% of that scheduled work is completed. For custodial operations, 96% of the schools are ready as of today. We're still working with a couple of the schools to make sure they're ready to receive students on Monday. And then for mechanical services, that should actually say 85% of our schools have received their filter changes. We have about 20 schools that we still need to go out and verify, and that should be done by the end of the week. Next slide, please. Last December, John and I gave a presentation about the physical site and building security plan, and these are just reminders of some of the actions that we've taken. The last one you'll see is the one that we're currently on, where in the city schools managed and owned buildings, we are putting in one card access to allow first responders to get into the buildings in the event of an emergency or break-in or something like that. Next slide. And the next two slides actually go through the physical site and security plan. And this follows a national standard. We've pulled information from Safe and Sound Schools, schoolsafety.gov, and a couple of other areas just so that you all could follow that, or you can see that we are following a national standard in order to determine how we are securing our buildings. Next slide. So these are, this just shows the different things and actions that we've taken. Phase 1 is primarily complete, and we're actually in phase 2, where we're going throughout the district right now, prioritizing our high schools and putting audibles at all of the exterior doors, CCTV cameras on the exterior doors as well, and making sure that the software is upgraded in the main office. We should wrap up all the high schools in this school year. Next slide. And then finally, the last update for operations is transportation. So right now we have about 93% of our students routed. We are about in the same place that we were last year at with routing our students. Commodore John Rogers, they're going into a swing space as they wait for their new building, and we have changed their bell time to accommodate this change. Families will be notified about their transportation that they'll be receiving for the first day of school. And the best part about this update are the electric buses that will be delivered by the end of the calendar year. Over the summer, they came in and they completed the infrastructure at our 20th Street location. So we have all the charging ports and all of that ready to receive when that fleet arrives. Thank you.
All right, good evening. I'm Joan Dabrowski, Chief Academic Officer. I'm going to talk about scheduling and then some of our academic preparation. So as Chief Davis mentioned, a key part of readiness is ensuring our students have full schedules when they start school and that those schedules are received ideally before that first day. And so excited to say that our schools are well on their way. 98% of our K-8 schools are fully scheduled. We know that there are a couple of outliers. Those are schools that have high numbers of a pre-K or K. Those are the newly enrolled students that are coming into our system. That tends to be a more fluid number. At our high schools, we're 85% on our way. And again, we have some spaces there where we have students who are moving. And so there's some transitions or shifts that occur. Also, we know in some of our alternative programs, those students come with very unique learning needs and schedules are different. And so some of the gap there is ensuring that we're supporting those students very responsively. So sometimes those schedules are built as they come into those schools. We are certainly working very closely with those schools at the high school that we know need extra support. So where we have perhaps a new counselor on staff, we're partnering them with a veterans counselor, giving them that extra support. We're holding office hours and such to make sure that we do that. And again, we're just mindful of some of the mobile student populations we have and how that impacts our scheduling work. And again, working very responsibly with those small set of schools. When we think about that, again, the goal is that these are shared with our families. So please know that we want those schedules up there in our parent portal. So this is the information there for getting to those schedules. You have to access parent portal. If you need to get onto that portal, there's the registration link as well. But that is the space for you to go ahead to access those schedules. All right, so let's talk about academic preparation. So in academics, summer is our busy season. We do a lot of preparation. And so this summer was very much a busy time for us. Excited to talk about how we've been preparing our leaders. So we started our summer in June, building some instructional leadership capacity. Then we moved into operational capacity led by the Chief of Schools office. You can see there the number of trainings we did to ensure our leaders were ready. We also prepared our teachers. We had incredible response to the CAO Summer Institutes, over 950 attendees focusing on literacy, focusing on math, blended learning, family engagement. So just extraordinary attendance. We also trained our coaches, our literacy and math coaches with a series of institutes, and just a huge shout out to the teams in academics who have just lifted so much adult learning this summer. You can see the numbers there, over 265. And again, we're rolling right now with systemic professional development. So today and tomorrow, our teachers are engaged with all kinds of learning about their content areas and about the teaching profession. So lots and lots of opportunities this summer to prepare our teachers. A special shout out to our new teachers. So we welcomed our new teachers with the New Teacher Summer Institute at the Morgan State University, August 7th to 11th. You can see there we had over 390 new teachers, again, who were welcomed and began their journey at the induction process. And this summer was just the beginning. We're going to be working with them throughout their early career here in city schools. But again, super excited by that institute and how many educators were touched in that. And then again, perhaps the most important reason we're all here is how we engaged our students this summer. So just a huge shout out to our summer and extended learning team who did extraordinary work to give more seats than have ever been offered in city schools. Over 21,000 students were able to access these seats. We had over 1,100 of our city school staff who were engaged in those programs as teachers, as leaders. We hosted over 156 sites. Again, you can see just the volume of engagement between young people and adults this summer. Our youth workers, again, the way in which they were able to engage, over 1,200 students, 54 school sites. We've shouted out earlier this evening, but let's shout it out again, that the number of credit recovery courses offered, over 9,000, has led to our summer graduation that's coming up this Saturday of over 450 students. And again, we couldn't just be, couldn't be more proud of the efforts of our young people and the teachers and leaders who made this happen. I also want to shout out our Office of Special Education. We do something every year called Extended School Year, and over 1,800 students with special needs were supported in their learning, again, at over 23 sites. So again, lots of ways that we've been getting ready.
Some of the additional professional development really was around operations, and I just want to signal a couple of things. One is we brought registrars and business managers together, and frankly, those at schools that serve in those roles, even if they don't have that exact title. That's the first time we've done that in a while, but we had an institute for registrars and an institute for business managers just to make sure that they were particularly up to speed on some of those operational aspects. And then for school leaders, and they were allowed to bring one other person with them. We had an operations institute at the very beginning of this month. You can see a number of different topics that were quite important, from the AMP overview to the code of conduct updates, and updates from different offices. So just to get ready for the year, there's professional development that Dr. Dabrowski is talking about, but then we also have to make sure that any changes we're doing operationally are understood by our school leaders as well. I want to transition just a little bit. Those previous sections were really around what we do internally to be ready, but there's also just some items that we want to get out to families that is frankly just important information and some to-dos that they should know about. We're going to start with our student right and responsibilities, which also includes the dress code.
Thank you, sir. Next slide, thank you. So board policy JJA on student orgs for our student governments was updated in 2023, as you all know. And then we have developed our rights and responsibilities handbook in line with our COMA requirements. Next slide. So students have the right to form organizations, right? They have the right to participate in school governance via their school government association. The basic policy JJA were developed in response to student, teacher, and administrator input. They aim to empower our student leaders, making it easier for students to form organizations and have a voice in school governance via their student government. On this slide, you can see our student orgs and student governments detailed here. We've already provided principals with training around the updates to policy JJA. Principals received a video and in-person training at the August Operations Institute that outlined their responsibilities. They included directing students who wanted to form a new org or applications within 5 business days for a high school principal to form a student government association, etc. Principals will also be responsible for training all school-based staff on updates to policy JJA, and will share training videos that explain in one page with schools to explain the training that needs to be done. We're also going to share posters that explain the policy changes in student-friendly language. As part of updates to JJA, City Schools also developed a rights and responsibilities handbook for students. You can see here the clear topics of that handbook. It synthesizes the students' rights and responsibilities from existing school board policy and translates them into student-friendly language. The handbook is already live on City Schools website along with the family guide. The staff-facing one-pagers and student-facing posters both contain information to help teachers and students access and understand students' rights and responsibilities. As far as the dress code updates, as a component of the Students' Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, City Schools is also releasing updates to its dress code. These changes grow out of hours of consultation with students, teachers, and principals, and out of research conducted by the National Women's Law Center in DC, which discovered that Black girls are disproportionately impacted by inconsistent dress code enforcement. There are 2 major changes this year. Both changes are designed to make schools equitable, affirming, and safe learning environments for our students. Dress code has been revised to include a non-discrimination statement, as you can see here. The updated dress code makes it clear that dress code must be enforced equally, regardless of students' identity. We've also released new guidance for school staff on dress code enforcement. The code of conduct already states that students cannot be excluded from school for dress code violations. We have reiterated that in the dress code. We've also trained principals using body positive, student positive language when enforcing the dress code. School-based staff will receive training at their schools. These changes are also included in the student-facing posters we talked about earlier. And now I'll go on to annual student verification. So annually, we are starting this year to do verification of our enrollment of our students. We found during the pandemic that we did not have accurate information of all of our families, and through MSDE and direct certification of Title I and poverty counts and that kind of thing, we need to make sure that as a district, we just have accurate addresses and information for all of our families. So this month, we launched our annual student verification. It's a digital method for families and to validate their students' contact information and review all of our back to school materials. This is specifically, families can use this opportunity to update their mailing addresses, phone numbers, email addresses, and other important information. In addition, they'll be able to gain access to the teacher's code of conduct, the family guide, the calendar, and other key documents. Families can also access this tool through Campus Portal and can connect directly with their school's enrollment official if they need assistance. For our outreach and engagement, you can see here for families, we're doing phone calls, placements on social media and flyers. For staff, we're doing letters and email outreach, updates to North Avenue monitors and toolkits for schools. And for our community, we're doing shared outreach with city offices via social media, placed it on multiple places multiple media stories, and placed it on the city schools homepage to make sure that folks understand what the outreach is around this new process. And last but not least for my section is enrollment. It's a busy and exciting time for our enrollment teams. As some of you have come to the district office during a transfer window, you can see the number of families that have come to visit us. But we've had the opportunity to assist new and existing families with placement for the upcoming school year. We are still receiving quite a few new enrollments in the district and working day and night to get them all placed by the end of the week. Before you, you see a snapshot of our enrollment numbers as of 8/10/23. These numbers change daily, but are trending in a positive direction, especially for our middle and high school students. We look forward to providing updated enrollment numbers sometime after the 9/30 enrollment period is finalized.
And we'll wrap this up with, it's the time of the year for immunizations as well. We track it by network and then we track it by schools. And frankly, schools get an email every day with students that are out of compliance. And for families, right, some of this folks may have heard about, but I'll add something at the end, right? If you're insured, right, there's your child's primary care provider or local pharmacy. If you're uninsured, you can go to a local health department. Coppin State University has a community health center. And there's also the Rail Center at KIPP. And again, some other school-based vaccinations are also offered at some of our school-based health centers. But what I also want to say is when we didn't make a slide about this because we have some T's to cross and some I's to dot, but we're working very hard that our goal is next week to be able to provide vaccinations here at North Avenue. And we're going to get that out with my communication colleagues. Yep. But like I said, there's still just a couple of things we got to get set. But in the end, right, you know, families have the first 20 days to get any vaccinations completed. But we really don't want to stop kids coming from school. That's not what we're all about. And so what we want to say is, yes, you can't come to school, go to North Avenue and get your vaccination, right? There's no reason why we can't just point to a place. So we're working hard to get that set up next week. There's a little bit more work to do, but this is the time to announce that and to have people look for that additional communication coming up. And with that, we will take some questions.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Eblagi.
I don't have a question, but I did just want to say on specifically the non-discrimination policy update for the dress code. That's something that I receive a lot of comments about from students, and I think that's a really high priority, especially for our high school students, in feeling like that's been something that we maybe haven't been addressing adequately recently. But I think that these new changes are very, very strong. And I just wanted to shout out everyone that has been working on that, you know, engagement and OLC and everyone else that has worked on that, because yeah, I think this is a really important change that's going to mean a lot to students.
Thank you, Commissioner Eblagi. Commissioner Coy.
My question is actually for Commissioner Bloggy. On schedule start times for schools, I guess any insights you would share of what you are hearing from students in response to those start and end times for their schools?
I think that city school students are very adaptable and resilient, and I think that ultimately students will be able to, you know, conform to whatever is needed. But I also think that, you know, a big thing is making sure that families and students are as well equipped as possible to, you know, show up at the correct time. And if there are any changes that, you know, they need to make on an individual basis, I think that just to give them as much notice and provide them with as much support as possible is what's really important. And I think that we are doing a lot of that work. But as to, you know, what I hear from students, I would say any areas where there maybe are concerns would be surrounding that.
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay.
I just wanted to say thank y'all. After 30 years, it still amazes me that you're able to go through this every year and be ready. And you're doing an amazing job. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay. Any additional questions or thoughts?
Want to thank the team. I know it is a huge haul to get ready to open school, and then to report on it at 10:15 at night is an even bigger haul. So just want to thank everybody for putting us in a really good position when we welcome students back on Monday.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises. Thank you to the team for your work. And please get some rest. We are now ready for item 9.05. We'll hear a presentation on BCA, Policy BCA, Code of Ethics, first reader.
I thought they would leave it on for me. Josh Sivan, Chief Legal Officer, and I'm here with Jennifer Judkins, the Board Executive. We work closely together on our ethics policy, which is up for review here. We'll try to speed it through, given the hour. Just an overview that our ethics policy is a key part of our work that requires and guards against improper influence. Ensures that all of we have minimum standards for employees in the conduct of school system business. Here, board priorities number 2 and number 7 are implicated here. And there are a number of key factors here. The board, as you all know, has an ethics panel that oversees this. There are requirements for financial disclosures for board members and many high-level staff. There's also provisions against conflict of interest, outside employment, and also anything that implicates the misuse of the prestige of your office. So we're updating this because principally the Maryland State Ethics Commission issued model guidance and updates to that. We're not, as the board, directly subject to the Ethics Commission and state law, but they have to approve everything that we do and we change in this. And that'll be important because as we go through this, we need to make sure that both the ethics panel and the board, the state commission approve. A number of other pieces, codifying our approach to training, clarifying application of conflicts rules to partners on our MOUs, also looking at ethics panel members' terms of services. The ethics panel has been integrally involved in this. We've gone to the ethics panel twice already with this, and we intend to go a third time, and they provided very useful instructions just to clarify processes. And particularly, I think, processes around if individuals have issues that they think might be conflicts, getting to that ethics panel with timely advice and ideally a way of mitigating that conflict. So some definitions that we've revised. One thing that particularly we wanted to highlight was that because there's not been clarity on this, but so the jurisdiction of the rule applies to businesses or vendors or entities that are subject to the authority of the school system. And we're clarifying that that includes charter schools and operator-led schools. We think that it previously applied, but we want to be crystal clear on that. We also want to make clear that even if we don't have a financial relationship with an entity, if that entity is providing services that they otherwise provide to the general public, but they're doing it at a free or reduced price, that should also be subject to review there, just to make sure that we're adhering to the spirit of the law. A number of other detailed definitions that I'm going through quickly, but can come back to any of these pieces. There are some other pieces, for instance, prohibitions against retaliation, making that very clear in these rules, and also making clear what are the rules around use of city schools resources, like equipment and tools for certain workers, copying machines and the like, just having clear rules on those pieces.
And this is the piece that I mentioned before about charter schools. So we're also making clear here that each charter school operator should have an ethics policy, that it should be no less robust than the policy we have, that operator board members must file annual financial disclosure statements and disclosures just like you all do, and that the ethics panel is authorized to provide consultation to staff about ethics issues of charter school board members. The ethics panel wasn't clear that they had that authority, so we're clearly saying that that is important. And we've had some situations where our staff have needed to get some advice from the ethics panel about a potential conflict for a charter school operator school member. So just clarifying this, and we are raising this and making sure that we get feedback from our operators on that piece as well. We're also doing some work to clarify the policy already has requirements around secondary employment. All officials, and officials has long included all employees and board members, must disclose their secondary employment. And that officials may not be employed or have a financial interest with an entity doing business with the board. Nor can officials hold other employment relationships that would impair their impartiality or independence of judgment. So that's all set forth as standards. What we want to clarify is that if you have a conflict, what are you supposed to do? As one of the ethics panel's members said, it may be the case that the best company for us to mow our lawns or to provide support for us happens to be a company where an employee of the school system has a spouse or a child working for that company. And so what do we do there? So number one, it's really important to disclose that. And then number two is to develop a mitigation plan. And so for the first time in the policy, we're really being clear on how to mitigate conflicts and how to set forward that plan that the employee should collaborate with their supervisor around there. Around that, and then they should disclose annually. And I think that will give comfort to folks because right now it's often not clear what you do if you have this conflict to mitigate it. The other piece, and this came up from some feedback about how do these rules apply to a teacher who performs in a band on the weekends or a teacher that works at a camp in the summer? And so we're also making clear that teachers and other individuals who are employed by us who aren't required to submit financial disclosures don't have to go through all of the additional steps in the policy. If their work is outside of school hours, they don't work for a vendor, and it doesn't impact their performance of their core functions of their job. Because the last thing we want to do is to have a whole set of rules where everyone performing band gigs on the side would be required to go through a whole set of steps here. So that was good feedback that we've already incorporated. Gift rules, I'll go through this quickly. There are a number of gift rules here. One piece that we did look at actually was that the state law says that unsolicited gifts from a vendor can't exceed $20 or a series of gifts can't exceed $100. Those limits have not increased. We tried to look at increasing those, but that's actually a provision of law. So we're stuck with those for now until the law changes. And then finally, I think we're clarifying and codifying the ethics training. The panel and the board has done a lot of work with support from the board executive office around codifying training requirements on these procedures and having them in a way so that making those clear in the policy and the regulations. Also some provisions about who can serve as an ethics panel member. This is my brief advertisement here, that we are always looking for good people to serve as ethics panels members and support us in this work. It's a challenging but important job. So this actually, we looked at the requirements for those folks and made sure we were clear and supporting getting good people into that work. We are actually going to suggest expanding the possibility for ethics panel members to serve no more than 3 terms. Currently, it's only 2 terms, so that would expand the time just because we have a number of people who are really solid in their support for us, know these rules and support staff. So that's an interest if the board approves that. Engagement, this is a tier 2 policy, so it's the standard stakeholders and anybody else who's interested. We've already, since the policy committee met and gave us feedback on this and incorporated this, we've already gone out, and the next couple slides go through feedback that's already been provided from PCAB and BTU. It's a couple slides. I won't go through it in detail, but you can see there what we've done and really the good responses. And that also includes feedback that's from the committee as well. And I should have acknowledged the committee and the committee chair for their good work in this at the beginning, so I apologize for that. So I think that is it. One more thing, final thing, I promise. We need final approval for this from the ethics panel and the state ethics commission. We may need to push out the second reader if the state ethics commission panel process takes a little longer, but we'll keep you posted on that. Questions?
Thank you. I want to first open the floor to, hey, Ms. Goodwin, open the floor to our policy committee first, and then we'll take questions from anyone else if the policy committee has any questions or thoughts.
So, so as chair of policy, I don't think we have anything additional to share other than we do appreciate the engagement of Chief Simmons and the development of this. It's very inclusive. I think it builds upon, as you shared, like what are those model practices offered by the state, as well as thinking about the vested interests of both the board and city schools more broadly. So thank you.
Any additional thoughts, questions? Commissioner Coy?
Can you help me understand what has currently been communicated to operator boards about their disclosure requirements and what the plan is to communicate to those folks about the changes?
So as a general matter, I think all, if not almost all, charter operators have ethics policies. We're just making it clear that the standard should be the policy that we have, and those should be consistent. And we will, I think if this policy passes, we'll work with the charters to come into compliance. I think the real issue here is not on the charter side, but it's on because they are also disclosing those on a regular basis issues, and O&I, the Office of New Initiatives, Angela Alvarez's office, looks through that. I think the real difference here is the authority now clearly stated of the ethics panel to support the Office of New Initiatives if there are any issues that come to light. And so that'll be the different thing, just as in terms of the follow-up. Often our staff, as diligent as they are, want to consult with the ethics experts about some of these distinctions, if that makes sense.
Will that be placing burden on the ethics panel review team that it currently isn't there? Is that this is an additional sort of workload? I hear what you're saying in terms of O&I having a role to play in that, but O&I is, as I understand it, is not going to be the ones making the decisions. So it needs to, I guess, help me understand that a little bit more.
Sorry, I should have clarified. O&I currently reviews and makes the decisions. I think it's only in the thorny cases, and I know that Ms. Alvarez jumped on. It's only in the thorny cases where we've gone to the ethics panel, and really the ethics panel has provided support there, but they pointed out that their authority is not clear, so we want to make that authority clear. I think that's really the lead and the point that we should have featured. This is not going to feel tremendously different for the charter operators, but Ms. Alvarez, what am I missing?
Hello, everybody. I think that's right. What you're sharing, Josh, is the key is we want to make sure that when we need assistance in trying to figure out what the right path is, that the ethics panel feels empowered to actually give really clear guidance. I think with the current rules, it sometimes put them in a situation where they don't feel like they can always give the clearest of guidance, and so that hampers our ability to give the best advice to schools. To ensure we don't have problems, have issues that can cause problems for us down the road.
Real quick, I don't want to discuss it right now, but in slide 3, it was a clarification of student and elected And I just need you, I think it's split 3 and 2. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yes, we went fast on that, Commissioner Kenyatta.
Yeah, but-
Good to, and we've talked to the student commissioner about this already because of the student commissioner's expanded voting rights.
Right.
The student commissioner is now going to be subject to the disclosure requirements, which is consistent with the other school systems in Maryland that when their commissioner has expanded voting rights, requiring them to do this. Typically, my understanding is that student commissioners don't have a whole lot to report, but nonetheless, it's important to go through that, and we're modeling the other counties and jurisdictions that have that approach.
Well, bullet 2 begins with clarify applications to elected board members. And so I'm not here, but I'd just like to have a discussion as to what that means. Okay? I mean, not here.
Oh, but we can say briefly what that means is, so there is a process that's already in existence for elected board members when they put in their papers to make a disclosure to the Ethics Commission. That wasn't set out in the policy, right? So now that it exists, the process that you and Commissioner Esposito went through is now codified in the policy. One other piece there, just to note that we're working actually with the city on is looking at how the ethics disclosure process fits into the appointed members as well, to make sure that there currently already is a vetting at on the city side of that, but some partnership on just like that there is the advanced piece for electeds now when they run, also making sure that that's aligned for appointed candidates as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Esposito.
Oh, just to clarify, so that's when we were filing at Board of Elections, that's just the form that we filled out to have our candidacy accepted.
Correct. And then that
Okay.
went to the ethics panel. You probably didn't see that process because there was nothing that came back to you, but the ethics panel did follow up with some candidates around their disclosures, including primarily incomplete disclosures at the time of candidacy, because there is authorization if somebody doesn't submit, that can jeopardize their candidacy.
Okay, thank you. And also I think it would be helpful if there was, because I think when we re-signed our, sorry, chanting over here. Yeah, like when we filled out our disclosures when we were sworn in, or the most recent ones that we did, I think that there was more information included. And I think that was a challenge with Board of Elections, is like being able to give us instructions on how to fill it out. So I don't know if that's something that could be like that handoff to Board of Elections could be like have more information. That's all.
I think that's
I hope that makes sense.
Absolutely, and I want to take this opportunity to shout out Tanisha Moore, who is the brains and logistics behind making this process happen. I'm glad that Tanisha is coming on screen, but Ms. Moore did a lot of work with the State Elections Commission to make sure that process, we didn't have much time to get that process up and running. We got that process up and running, and now that, you know, the next time going through the 2.0 and figuring out how the two agencies can talk to each other through that process, and we couldn't have done it without Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments, concerns? No? I would encourage you all to also, in addition to the presentation, to review the redlined BCA Code of Ethics and the BCA RA Conflict of Interest documents that are in board docs, just as a point of reference. Thank you so much, Chief Sivan, and to everyone that contributed to the first reader presentation. We are going to move on to the notice of upcoming meetings. There will be a teaching and learning committee meeting, virtual meeting, Tuesday, September 5th, 2023. That will take place at 3:30 p.m. Our next executive session will take place here at 200 East North Avenue on the third floor conference room on Tuesday, September 12th, 2023 at 3:00 p.m. That will be followed by our next public board meeting, which will be a hybrid meeting and also here at North Avenue on the first floor boardroom on Tuesday, September 12th at 5:00 p.m. Our next operations committee meeting will be virtual on Tuesday, September 19th at 10:30 a.m. Our next policy committee meeting will be a virtual meeting on Tuesday, September 19th at 4:00 p.m. The following executive session meeting will take place here at 3:00 p.m. on September 26th. And that will be followed by our next hybrid meeting, public board meeting on Tuesday, September 26th at 5:00 p.m. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Esposito.
Motion by Kenyatta Bay, Commissioner Kenyatta Bay, second by Commissioner Esposito. All in favor? Chair McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Coy.
Yes.
Commissioner Blaggy,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Kenyatta Bay,
Yes.
Commissioner Mohammed,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed.
Can we stay around until like 10 o'clock? Yes.
Commissioner Sally,
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Slater Harrington. Yep. And I am a yes. That is a unanimous vote. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you, everyone.